Organizing Secretary Dr. Mahendra Kumar, distinguished delegates, eminent scholars, academicians, researchers, paper presenters for today's session, and the participants to the second day, two-day National Conference on Integrating Indian Knowledge System and Innovation, Roadmap to Viksit Bharat 2047, organized by the Office of Dean Academics and IPR Cell. May I request the chairperson and the dignitaries to occupy the dais. With a big round of applause, can we welcome them? Before we begin, we take pride in felicitating our chairpersons. May I now invite Dr. Swati Paliwal to honor the chairperson, Dr. Akansha Jaiswal, with Angavastram. I request Dr. P.V. Kumaraguru, Vice Principal, to honor with a book. May I now take the pleasure in making my principal to honor her with Angavastram. I request Kumaraguru sir to honor her with a book. Thank you. India stands at a crucial juncture as it aspires to become a Viksit Bharat by year 2047, marking 100 years of independence. This vision calls for a development model that is not only technologically advanced and economically strong, but also deeply rooted in our civilization wisdom. Indian knowledge system, with their holistic, sustainable, and ethical foundation, offer valuable insights that can meaningfully complement modern innovation and scientific advancements. We are gathered here to deliberate and discuss on the Indian knowledge system and its innovation in commerce and management. This national conference provides a vibrant platform for dialogue, reflection, and collaboration on how IKS can integrate with contemporary innovation across domains such as education, healthcare, agriculture, sustainability, management, science, and technology. The deliberations, paper presentations, and discussion during this conference aims to generate actionable ideas and policy-relevant insights that can contribute to the nation-building and inclusive growth. I sincerely hope that this conference will inspire meaningful exchange, foster interdisciplinary research, and pave way for the innovative solutions grounded in the Indian wisdom to address present and future challenges. To chair this session, we have amidst us two intellectual and research-oriented academicians. I deem it a pleasure to introduce the chairpersons. Dr. Akansha Jaiswal is a passionate researcher and a teacher in the area of human resource management at the Lala Institute of Business Administration, Chennai, India. She pursued her doctoral degree at the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Madras. Her thesis of workforce diversity and employee well-being won the Best PhD Thesis Award. Since 2019, she has published more than 25 papers in the top quartile journals listed in Web of Science, ABDC, and AJS journals. Her notable works are published in journals including International Journal of Human Resource Management, Personnel Review, International Journal of Manpower, and Group and Organization Management. She serves as an editorial board of many reputed international journals. Since 2022, she has been presenting her research papers every year in the renowned Academy of Management conferences and also has presented her research works at other reputed conferences, including the British Academy of Management and Indian Academy of Management. She has won several Best Paper awards and is an expert in both qualitative and quantitative research methods. Her research interests include diversity and inclusion, artificial intelligence, international HRM, employee well-being, leadership, and future work. Madam, GNC takes a great pride in welcoming you for this particular session. An expert, an academician who is well known to us, a very popular personality here. Career with 37 years of undergraduate and 30 years of her post-graduation. Dr. T.K. Avekode, M.Com, M.Phil, PhD, Principal, retired Guru Nanak College. She has served as a Dean of Commerce from period 22 to 23, Associate Professor and Head for the PG and Research Department of Commerce, and she started her career in 1987 to 1989, and thereafter as a principal for the Guru Nanak College. Academic background, of course, she has finished her PhD, MPhil, and MCom. She's very, very popular, a YouTube channel. Created a YouTube channel, the name IKS, Amazing Accountancy, and has uploaded more than 150 videos for the subject corporate accounting and business laws, with more than 7.5K subscribers and more than 8.44 lakh viewers. Madam, we are very proud to have this. She's been awarded Lifetime Achievement Award during December 2018, Achievement Award for Teaching and Research during 2019, Lifetime Achievement National Award during 2019, Distinguished Professor Award 2021, National Lifetime Academy Award, and Inspiring Women Administrator Award 2025. Adding on to all these, she has always been receiving Best Paper Award in the international conferences. Academic achievements, former Editor-in-Chief in Guru Nanak Journal of Multidisciplinary Research, a member Board of Studies in autonomous colleges, external member, academic audits, doctoral committee members, external examiner for PhD Viva conductions, Dean School of Commerce, chairperson for Internal Complaints Committee, staff advisor, Women Student Forum, convener, Women Grievance Redressal Cell. Madam, there's a lot which we have to still keep reading it out. Academic contributions, she has authored books, Human Resource Management, Business Laws. She has guided PhDs, and 9 of them have already been awarded, and 1 thesis been submitted, and 2 still going on. Number of papers presented and published, 75 conferences, 40 workshops. She has organized a lot of events. Madam, we are very, very happy to have you back again for this particular national conference. Welcome you, ma'am. With this note, I hand over the session to the chairperson. We'll have the presenters being called one after the other, and each of you will be given 5 minutes to present and 2 minutes for discussion. Thank you. The first presenter, Ms. C. Dharani and Ritubala, School of Excellence in Law. The topic, From Preamble to Progress, Constitutional Vision to Viksit Bharat.
morning, one and all present here. I am B. Ritubala and this is C. Dharni. We are here to present about the topic From Preamble to Progress, the constitutional vision of Viksit Bharat. As Dr. B.R. Ambedkar said that the soul of India's progress lies in the social justice and not merely on the economic growth. This means the dream of the Viksit Bharat is not just economically strong or technically advanced. As at its heart, it is about an India that treats every individual with dignity, fairness, and respect. Our aim of the study is to critically examine how the ideals are enshrined in the preamble of the Indian Constitution and whether the contemporary governance, judicial interpretation, and public policies align with these constitutional policies. When the makers of our Constitution drafted the preamble, they did not merely write an introduction to legal document. They wrote a vision statement for a nation's progress. Words like justice, equality, fraternity, and liberty were not abstract ideals. They were the promises made to the future generations. Today's India's look towards Viksit Bharat 2047, marking 100 years of independence. So, how do we transform constitutional promises to progress through judiciary? The Indian judiciary has played a vital role in carrying this constitutional vision forward. We already know the famous landmark case, the Keshavananda Bharati versus State of Kerala. The Supreme Court introduced the basic structure doctrine, holding that even Parliament cannot destroy any core value of the Constitution. And in Maneka Gandhi versus Union of India, the court transformed the Article 21 by holding the right to life and personal liberty must be just, fair, and reasonable. And in MC Mehta versus Union of India, the judiciary involved principles like sustainable development, polluters pay principle, reminding us the economic progress cannot come out of the core environmental destruction. In the digital age, the constitutional vision has expanded too. In the case of Justice K.S. Puttasamy versus Union of India, the Supreme Court recognized the right to privacy as a fundamental right. The remaining part will be covered by my author.
Equality and development. Equality is not only a moral value, but also a constitutional foundation for the development. The Indian Constitution recognizes that the development cannot be meaningful unless it benefits all the sections of the society. The Constitution guarantees the equality as a fundamental right and also directs the state to reduce the inequalities through the welfare-oriented policies. Article 14 talks about the equality before law. 14 ensures that all the persons are treated equally by the law and the state does not arbitrarily or act arbitrarily for the development. This means the government policies, welfare schemes, and the economic decisions must be fair and reasonable. In the case of E.P. Rayappa versus the state of Tamil Nadu, the Supreme Court held that the arbitrariness violates the equality. This judgment made the equality a dynamic concept and ensuring the fairness in the governance and development policies. Article 15 talks about the prohibition of discrimination. In the case law of Aranda versus Nargesh Mirza, the Supreme Court struck down the discriminatory service rules against the woman, emphasizing that the gender equality is the essential foundation for the national development. In the Article 19 to 22 of the Indian Constitution talks about the right to freedom. These rights are promote the personal liberty, association, such as freedoms or these freedoms are essential for the innovation and entrepreneurship and democratic participation, which are the key drivers for the national development. In the case law of Maneka Gandhi versus Union of India, the Supreme Court expanded the Article 21 and held that Article 21 includes the 19 and 21. DPSP as a blueprint of the Viksit Bharat 2047. The directive principles of the state policy contains in the part 4 of the Indian Constitution. Article 36 to Article 41 of the Indian Constitution talks about the economic and social goals of the Indian Constitution. While they are not enforceable by the courts, they are fundamental in the governance of the country. DPSPs guide the state in building a just, inclusive, and welfare-oriented society, which is essential for achieving the vision of the Viksit Bharat 2047. Article 38 talks about the social justice and reduction of the inequality. Inclusive growth ensures the development, reaches the marginalized communities, and making the progress development. And Article 39 talks about the economic justice and the equitable distribution of resources. It provides the adequate livelihood for all, equitable distribution of resources, and the prevention of concentration of wealth. These will help the developed nation. In Article 41 to 45 of the Indian Constitution talks about the right to education, 42 talks about the human condition in work, and Article 43 talks about the living wage and decent standard of living. These articles are ensures that right to health, right to education and employment provided for all the people in the society. And Article 48A talks about the environmental protection and sustainable development. Sustainable development is the important thing for the long-term prosperity. And the solutions are to link the developmental policies with the preamble values and strongly implement the DPSP in the education and health, and ensure the proper budget for the welfare schemes, and strong panchayats and local bodies to improve the people-centric society. The suggestions are use the constitution as the guide for all the policies and spread the constitution awareness among the citizens, balance the fundamental rights and DPSP, focus on the sustainable development and the green development.
I'm concluding the topic with a nation becomes truly developed not merely when its economy grows, but when its constitution breathes through its governance, judiciary, and collective conscience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dharani and Ritubala, for a very informative presentation. I think we just have 2 minutes for Q&A and discussion. So I will probably give a feedback to all the participants in the end. But to you, my question is, what is the difference between equality and equity? You had it on your slides, right? You spoke about equality and equity. Can you tell us the difference between the two?
Ma'am, equality is treat all the peoples equally, but equity is treat the equals equally, ma'am.
Okay, I think it's more a play of words.
Ma'am, we can't give the same opportunity for the most rich people and the most poor people, ma'am. That's the equity.
Okay,
Providing
as you rightly
reservations.
said, equality is about giving equal level playing field to everyone,
Yes, ma'am.
right? But equity is providing fairness. Fairness was on your slide.
Yes,
Providing fair set of resources and opportunities to the people who deserve it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, children.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We have next Dr. M. Kavita, Guru Nanak College, with the topic Guru Nanak Devji's ethical commerce principle embedded in IKS. Madam.
May I start? Very good morning to one and all present here, respected jury on the stage, respected dignitaries and the participants. Welcome you to my presentation on the topic Shri Guru Nanak Devji's ethical commerce principles embedded in Indian knowledge system towards promoting sustainable business prosperity. We are all one. Judge yourself before judging others. Choose your companions wisely. Acceptance is the key to happiness. Life is an opportunity and each moment is precious. The glory and the brilliance about Shri Guru Nanak Devji's teachings are that they were applicable not only in the 16th century but also in the 21st century and beyond. My topic, is golden principles of Shri Guru Nanak Devji. These are the three pillars of Sikhism. And with this, there are lot of ethical commerce principles. They have been embedded in the Indian knowledge system and which are helpful for the sustainable business prosperity. The three pillars of Sikhism, Nam Japna, Kirat Karna, Vanchakna. These principles stress integrity, diligence, and selfless service, challenging the exploitative capitalism, corporate greed, and inequality. As I said earlier, these principles promote the sustainable prosperity by where the profit uplifts humility and fostering the businesses that harmonizes the material, spiritual, and social. Nam Japna. That means always remember the God, mindfulness and God consciousness. I'm matching this principle like ethical decision making. Can I have the hand mic, ma'am, for my presentation? Is it possible? Okay, Nam Japna, always remember God. It's a mindfulness and God consciousness. The first rule is telling us ethical decision making, remaining incorporated and the commercial, divine intellectual. That is, as a businessman, we should always have the truth and empathy that will lead to the better, most ethical business choices and chances. Focus and clarity. This inspires the mindfulness to ease the stress and improve the decision making in difficult and complex corporate environment. The third rule is telling us service over self. Cultivate selfless service, that is seva, shifting the leadership focus from self-interest to collective well-being. The second principle is Kirat Karna, work hard and honestly, honest and creative labor. Earn the source of revenue through hard work, and you have to evade the fraud, exploitation, corruption, and building the conviction and a strong moral base. The second rule is telling us guaranteeing the fair wages, the responsibility, we have to take an accountability, and the ethical transaction should play in the business that will combat the corporate scams and discrimination. Leading the business in the way that respect the ecological balance, viewing the productivity as a part of the larger ecosystem, starting from the use of ingredients, packing, our logistics, as well as the transportation. So the third mantra is telling us about one chakra. Sharing is caring. Sharing and compassion. It's all about the so-called CSR, corporate social responsibility. We have to share the wealth, wisdom, and the available resources with the needy and the community. Fair trade practices should be taken place as it addresses wealth inequality and elevate the oppressed and burden through the fair business practices. This will definitely promote the social justice. And the third one is nurturing the teamwork, collaboration, and community focus where organizational accomplishments are shared. So in the nutshell, my first part of the presentation is telling these are the three major ethical commerce principles given by Guru Nanak Devji. Nam Japo, always remember God. Kirat Karo, work hard and honestly. Vanchako, sharing is caring. The second part goes like this. Shri Guru Nanak Devji is saying, so with the help of the review of literature, I have made these sayings of Guru Nanak Devji recognize the whole human race as one. It reflects the harmonious workplace. Earn by honest means and use the wealth to the welfare of the humanity. It shows the integrity. The highest form of service is to alleviate pain and suffering. It shows the reputation and help the industry to go for the loyalty. Contentment is the celestial nectar. If there is no poverty and without it there is no discontent. It is what called as a work-life balance or work-life equilibrium. Let no man in the world live in the delusion. Without a guru, none can cross over other shore. It shows the mentorship and the collaboration and the accountability of every manager that they have to lead the subordinate and they have to give the guidelines. Air is the guru, water is the father, and earth is the great mother of all. It shows the environmental consciousness. 550 years ago, our Guru Nanak Devji has told us how to maintain the environmental consciousness. And truth is high. Higher still is truthful living. This shows that currency of every business is truth, not more than truth. Nothing is the currency of any business. Lead with compassion, connecting with the divine within. This shows the absolute dedication and positivity among the employees in the company. Perform your duties without expecting any rewards. This shows the selfless service and dedication. learn the lessons of humility and serve others selflessly. This will help us to motivate, and it is always believing the teamwork. Success lies in hard work. This will help us to give a consistent effort. This will always lies in success. Maintain hope and contentment, avoiding excess. This we are asking about the moderation, how to make the risk and how to make the business in the resilience. Adapt and remain awake to changing this that is adaptability and innovation. At last, learn continuously throughout life and maintain consistency in the personal development, sustain success. That's why I'm telling you, the Guru Nanak Devji's principles are making the economy to get the sustained success. The outcome from my presentation shows like this: mapping Viksit Bharat 2047 via IKS integration with the golden ethical principles of Shri Guru Nanak Devji is a promising one with consistent and ethical business practices. Through this presentation, the bird's eye view of ethical business principles of Shri Guru Nanak Devji have been depicted. My concluding remarks goes like this: Guru Nanak Devji's vision recalls commerce as a karma yoga, balancing dharma, artha, and moksha for an equitable Viksit Bharat. By integrating these principles, business move beyond profit maximization to create enduring value for stakeholders, society, and the planet, mirroring Guru Nanak vision for a sustainable world. So I'm completing my presentation with the saying of Shri Guru Nanak Devji: speak only that which will bring you honor. May Guru Nanak Devji encourage you to achieve all your dreams, bless you with peace, and shower you with eternal happiness and joy. Thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity given.
Madam, that was an excellent presentation. We are all blessed to have this happiness, joy, whatever you have shared today. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita, for a wonderful presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you had a lot of content and you wanted to convey all of that to us.
Yes, ma'am.
I just have one question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
In your slides, you spoke about three aspects.
Yes, ma'am.
Right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then for those three dimensions, you had sub-dimensions for these.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And then finally, you came up with the, I think,
Connecting of
the previous slide, the last but third slide, you had exhaustive list of some 12
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
dimensions that you spoke about. So all of this, have you integrated it from the literature, or is it based on some empirical work that you have conducted?
No, ma'am. It's all about the exploratory research. With the help of the review we have done. Actually, what I want to try, already these golden principles of Guru Nanak Devji have been embedded in the Indian knowledge system. What are all the principles we can match it for the success of the commerce
So
as
can
well
you-
as
can
the
you go back to
prosperity?
one of your
I took
slides,
it.
please?
Yes, ma'am.
The one that had the 12 dimensions? Yeah, this
These
one.
are all the sayings of Guru Nanak Devji.
These you have collected from the literature.
Yes, ma'am, from the
Okay.
literature.
So I
And
have one
some of the
feedback.
points are available in the Adi Granth Guru Sahib also.
Sure.
And it has been maintained by some of the companies as their vision also.
So I just have one feedback. Since
Yes.
you've taken all of this from the literature, it always helps to cite the authors
Okay.
from whom you have borrowed these ideas.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, these are all the sayings of Guru Nanak Devji mentioned in the Guru Granth Sahib, ma'am. So
Right,
from that
ma'am.
I would
But
take up.
when we are trying to integrate it to current business landscape,
Yes, ma'am.
we need to demonstrate the link between our scriptures as well as the
Hmm.
current understanding in the business, which is published in academic journals.
Oh, yes,
Right?
ma'am.
So it would
Okay.
be a good idea that will show the enriched work that you have done.
Yes,
if you
ma'am.
had cited some authors.
Yes, in
as
my full
well.
paper I have cited and I have
Sure.
given the references, ma'am. One person from Indian Institute of Technology, they have mentioned about, particularly for corporate social responsibility, what are the sayings are there. For the values, like that it is there. But anyhow, I will mention the others also in the reference. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam.
Yes.
Dr. Kavita,
Yes, ma'am.
you have made a mention about various ethical principles.
Yes.
In the present day business scenario,
Yes, ma'am.
which ethical principle do you think requires more focus?
Truth is high. Higher still is truthful living. That's why I told the currency of the business is truth. So if we are strictly following that principle, so the CSR, so-called CSR, environmental sustainability, this is what has been already been given by our Shri Guru Nanak Devji. I think this is the best, ma'am. Yes. Thank you, audience, for the opportunity given.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. Balaji, Guru Nanak College, with the topic Indian Knowledge System, Educators' Perspectives and Practices.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning to one and all present here. It indeed an immense pleasure to present a research paper in the conference on integrating Indian knowledge system and innovation.
Balaji, hand mic.
Ma'am, is this not audible, ma'am? The theme of the conference is integrating the Indian knowledge system and innovation with respect to the Viksit Bharat 2047. There are a lot of administrators and our politicians are keep on stressing that Viksit Bharat 2047 is going to be the one of the important ideal which going to make India as a great country among all others. But the role of intellectuals plays a very vital role. So in this context, there is a question comes to my mind that why does that UGC is making lot of measures and development initiatives, especially among the intellectuals, to improve the efficiency of Indian knowledge system through curriculum and other aspects. So the role of teachers became very vital. So in this context, I wanted to make a small attempt that what is the educator's perspective with respect to Indian knowledge system in higher educational institutions located in the country. We all know that Indian knowledge system is basically a holistic, value-driven concept which is giving an sustainability over a period of time. So this particular IKS is very vital among the, especially among the educators on three different dimensions. One is that preservation of indigenous knowledge, that what we have from the years and years of ago, thousands years ago, what we had, that knowledge should be transformed and that should be preserved. And the decolonization of a curriculum, what we had from the westernized side, that should be changed or that should be modified with our own heritage system that we have. And finally, the Indian knowledge should represent and provide an opportunity for a global knowledge system. With this, I made an extensive literature review to understand the existing body of knowledge, especially among the educators. There are many theories has been already tested with respect to adoption of ICT and MOOC, especially the NEP also. But very fewer studies was conducted on the perspective and practices of IKS among the college teachers. So among the available theories, the planned behavior theory of planned behavior, which is proposed by ICE agent on 1991, I was tried to adopt this particular study as a main theory for literature. And coming to the research gap, I found that there is no study has been conducted, especially among the teachers in India, with adopting the theory of planned behavior on practicing the Indian knowledge system. So that made an important research gap. With that, we had two important objectives, that to identify and validate the key constructs of Indian knowledge system practices and exposure among the teacher, and to examine the mediating role of teachers' exposure in relationship between awareness, attitude, and practice on IKS. For this, we have developed an hypothesis, says that IKS awareness, attitude, and exposure does not significantly influence teachers' practice on IKS in higher educational institutions. Coming to the methodology, the study is basically empirical and descriptive in nature. And the Jamovi software, that graphical user interface open source software, was utilized to develop confirmatory factor analysis and the structural equation modeling. And the primary data was practically collected from the teachers of higher educational institutions. The 256 samples were collected and subjected to data analysis. The questionnaire construction, that it has 22 variables with a Cronbach alpha reliability of above 0.9, which says the scale is more reliable and consistent. And the normality test of Shapiro-Wilkinson and also other reliability test was conducted before going for an confirmatory factor analysis using Jamovi. And the results indicates that the exposure as indigenous variable which influence the attitude, awareness and practice. And awareness is primarily leads to the better attitude, that positive intent, and then positive intent creates a practice among the educators in the higher educational institution. So the exposure which is given by the institution's various programs, that will lead to sensitizing the teachers with respect to awareness on IKS, and awareness will definitely lead to the positive attitude, because that positive attitude will definitely push them to adopt the regular practices of integrating these IKS in the regular practices. And the model fit summary clearly says that it has threshold values, and the confirmatory factor analysis which is applied, I think maybe it is not visible, maybe, all the values are significant, and KMO says that the sample is adequate for the research, though we have adopted non-probability sampling technique. It's one of the limitations that sample is less than 384. And coming to suggestions, that IKS modules should be integrated with existing curriculum so that we can have the exposure to the students, especially the youth, on how does this heritage can be transferred and this knowledge can be transferred to another generation without disturbing the existing course structure. And then establishment of Center for Excellence is another important suggestion, that nowadays UGC is funding huge amount to establish centers on IKS, especially at traditional and technical institutions. These can be developed at different institutions in order to promote the IKS. And then institutional intervention program plays a very vital role. So every institution try to sensitize their teachers and all their stakeholders that how can be this IKS was introduced with respect to different levels, starting from curriculum, practice, project-based learning, experiential learning, and especially with the another important, that collaborations and research publications. To conclude, that I wanted to say the awareness of teachers is slightly increasing. Only the institution is conducting such interventional programs to sensitize the teachers on various aspects of IKS, and that awareness will definitely create a positive intent among the teachers to practice in their curriculum, especially integration of curriculum and giving project-based learning, and then experiential learning and other aspects. That will lead to adoption of IKS at the different level, holistic level at higher educational institutions. And a few limitations we have, that study area, since it's an online survey, the study area is limited to the Indian origin respondents. Only the faculties, those who are Indian origin alone responded. And due to time and cost constraint, the sample was restricted to 256. And it was self-reported concept, and the selected higher educational institutions like state universities, colleges, central universities alone have been taken into consideration, and other institutions were not considered. Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Balaji, for the
Yes, thank you,
wonderful
ma'am.
presentation. You got me very excited because I am an expert on structural equation modeling.
Oh, thank you.
I think I can ask you questions for the
Yes, ma'am.
next 30 minutes to 1 hour and have a discussion. But due
Sure,
to
ma'am.
paucity of time, one very quick question. You mentioned about a mediating variable
Yes,
in
ma'am.
your study, but
Yes, ma'am.
in your model, I did not see that.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is IKS underscore E, which was somewhere on this
That
side?
exposure dimension, ma'am, actually. It was
Exposure. Okay.
hidden in the latent variable.
What is the mediating variable in
Ma'am,
the
actually, exposure, I thought it is a mediating variable, since it is a primarily first time study. So I
Okay.
thought exposure will mediate between the awareness and practice, but exposure doesn't lead to practice, ma'am. That is the main thing. Because exposure, when I connect it, exposure alone doesn't lead to practice. Only it is integrated through awareness and practice alone. It was made impact, significant impact. So the mediation was removed in the model, ma'am. Actually, it is
Sure.
not
So
there.
there was a lack of connect between what you had
The objective was slightly changed, ma'am.
proposed versus what was conducted.
yes,
but
ma'am.
that's fairly okay. No issues. Since you already have an idea about the proposed relationships as you're suggesting, I would suggest you to probably rework on SEM and use one of these as a mediating model.
Yes, ma'am,
that
sure,
will
ma'am,
make the
yes.
study more
Yes, ma'am,
robust.
because I'm waiting for nearly 400 samples, ma'am, because it is a non-probability
this is
sampling.
a slightly lesser sample size.
Yes,
you can
ma'am, that's
collect
fine.
more
Yes,
data.
more
Thank
the
you.
samples will give the mediation, I think, ma'am. Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, Nice, Balaji. That was indeed a good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
And I feel proud to be your teacher.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Regarding this IKS modules, when you conducted this research,
Yes, ma'am.
how far are the teachers interested in adding it to their curriculum as such? Are
Ma'am,
they willing to
yes,
accept it?
Ma'am, actually, say for example, in commerce and management, ma'am, the Mahabharat and even Tirukurals, every aspect we have a knowledge that should be transformed and practically integrated with our syllabus, ma'am. That is the main thing. And if you come to other discipline like medicine and other aspects, law, they are highly using this Indian knowledge system. But some limitations are there in practically accepting these changes at the institutional level. If that was eradicated, it is going to be a thought-provoking process to promote our Indian knowledge to the global standards, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, ma'am.
Balaji.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Varshita, SDNB Vaishnav College for Women, Krompet, with the topic Understanding Cybersecurity Awareness and Online Safety Practices Among E-Commerce Users.
Good morning to one and all present here. My name is Pavitra from SDNB Vaishnav College. I am pursuing BCom final year. Today I am going to present my project. The title of my project is Understanding Cyber Security Awareness and Online Safety Practices Among E-Commerce Users. I could like to start with the introduction. Cyber security. Cybersecurity means protection of computer, mobile network, online data from unauthorized occurs, attacks, damage using internet. Cybersecurity awareness. Nowadays, online shopping is common in our daily life with some online risk like fraud, data theft, privacy problems also increasing. Many users do not have any aware of risk and they don't know about cyber security. This project focuses to find how much the people, users are aware of the risk and how much they know about the cyber security. Next slide. Review of literature. This slide shows a brief reviews of different authors to finding the key findings related to cybersecurity awareness of e-commerce. This study shows mainly focuses on cyber threats, users, awareness, legal protection, and importance of education in reducing online fraud and improving user trust. These reviews are mainly focuses on cyber threats, cyber laws, importance of education, and improving the user's trust. Next slide. Research gap. Based on the review, the research gap was identified. Previous studies focuses on cyber threats, fraud, data theft, loss, but do not study users' actual awareness and safety practices while shopping online. There is a limited researches how users' behavior and awareness together affect their trust and feeling of safety in e-commerce platforms. Next slide. Objectives. Objectives covers review gap also, not only the cyber threats and cyber laws. The main objectives of cyber security awareness. First, to see what safety step people take while doing online shopping, to know if awareness programs or training can help people shop safely online, to check if people can identify secure websites and notice fake links or fraud, to understand how safe users feel online while doing the online shopping. Um, uh, Based on the main objective, it covers both review and review gap, research gap. Not only the cyber threats, cyber lots, it's covered the online safety of the users while doing the online shopping. Research methodology. Sample size 100 responded. Data source primary and secondary. Primary data source was collected from questionnaire, and secondary data is collected from book and website. Sampling research, convenience sampling, research area Chennai. I could like to invite Varshita to continue the presentation.
Implications. Cybersecurity awareness improves users' safety in online shopping. Safe practices like secure websites alerts reduce online risk. There is a need for cybersecurity awareness programs for all the e-commerce users. Better user awareness increases trust in e-commerce platforms. Next, limitations. Limited to active e-commerce users only. Questionnaire-based data may affect accuracy. Does not cover technical security systems of companies. Focuses on awareness and practices, not real-time cyber incidents. Scope for future studies. Develop awareness programs for safe online shopping. Study users from different regions to improve the understanding of cybersecurity awareness. I conclude that cybersecurity awareness is crucial for safe online shopping. Users face threats like phishing, fraud, and data theft. Better education and awareness programs are needed to improve safe practices. Thank you for this opportunity.
Is there any connection between your topic and Indian knowledge system? Are you connecting it anywhere? Okay, anyway, you all are undergraduate students, isn't it? So it's a very good presentation. Being undergraduate students coming and presenting a paper in a national conference is very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Miss Bharani Lakshmi, Akshara Latia, SDNB Vaishnav College. The title, Influence of Short Form Content on Sustainable Purchase Intent and Consumer Decision Making, a study under SDG 8 and SDG 12.
So, good morning everyone. I am Akshara and this is Latia. Today we are presenting on the topic titled The Influence of Short Form Content on Sustainable Purchase Intent and Consumer Decision Making under SDG 8 and 12. So short form content like Reels, TikTok, Shorts have become part of our daily life, and it strongly influences how consumers discover product and make purchase decisions. At the same time, sustainable consumption is important as it supports SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, and SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. While short-form content helps spread awareness about eco-friendly products, it can also lead to impulsive buying. Therefore, this study focuses on understanding how short-form content influence sustainable purchase intention and consumer decision making. So the objective is So the objective is to study how short-form content creates awareness about sustainable products and to examine the relationship between short-form content and sustainable purchase intention and to understand its impact on SDG 8 and 12. So the research methodology, we use descriptive and analytical research design. Convenience sampling was used with 159 respondents. Primary data was collected through structured questionnaire, and secondary data was collected through journal and website. Now Latia will take over.
This section highlights the major findings of the study obtained from the analysis of collected data. This analysis shows that half of the respondents belongs to the age group of 18 to 25, indicating that the study mainly represents young consumers. Majority of respondents are female, showing higher participation from women in the survey. Most respondents are undergraduates. About 33% of respondents fall in the range of rupees 25,000 to rupees 50,000 income range, indicating a moderate income group. And all these findings show that creative and meaningful content has a stronger influence on purchase decision that influence popularity or engagement. I use the Fried-Rankman test for the analysis. This is a non-parametric test. This result shows that some type of short-form videos influence consumers more than others. Based on the findings, the following suggestions are used to improve the effectiveness of short-form content. To provide clear product information, be entertaining and creative, use trustworthy influences, promote responsible consumption, highlight environmental benefits. To conclude here, the findings of the research show that short videos really help consumers learn about sustainable products and influence their buying decisions. The most important things are clear product info and entertaining content. If these videos share honest and ethical messages, they can encourage responsible buying and support global sustainability goals. Thank you.
So how do you relate your presentation to SDG 8 and 12?
It helps for the economic growth and responsible consumption and production.
Economic growth has been happening with a lot of other things. So why should we go on and watch reels, which is, I feel, a waste of time?
If short form content helps in like promoting, we can also promote SDG 8 and 12 with this.
How? That's the question. How would you
With
do
short
that?
form contents only, ma'am.
Okay, think about it. Okay, it's not just enough to tell because SDG has become a very fancy thing to say these days, right? So my study is going to contribute to XYZ SDG. No, how is your study going to contribute to that? You have to think about it. And I think more important over here than a boost to economic growth is responsible use. Because a lot of instances, in fact, the previous presentation on cyber security as well, absolute irresponsible use of technology is where we are getting into. So both your topic as well as the previous one, you need to really understand how can we responsibly use technology and artificial intelligence for both individual productivity as well as the productivity of the nation. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Gunasekaran from Guru Nanak College. Samskaras Reconnected, Indian Knowledge System in Influencer Marketing for Digital Generation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gunashekhar, PH Research Scholar, PG and Research Department of Commerce, Guru Nanak College. My research topic is Samskaras Reconnecting Indian Knowledge System in Influential Marketing for Digital Generations. The study explores a unique bridge between ancient Indian wisdom and the cutting-edge world of social media marketing. Look at how traditional values can reshape the way we connect with youngest digital cohorts. Let's look at the why behind this research. India currently has a cohort of 377 million digital natives, Gen Z and Gen Alpha. These users incredibly savvy. They can spot a manipulative advertisement in a second, and they actively prioritize authenticity over algorithmic suggestions. This creates a challenge for brands, but also massive opportunity for Indian knowledge system by integrating concepts like samskaras or life rituals and the Guru Shishya traditions of mentorship. Concept like samskaras or life rituals and the Guru Shishya traditions of mentorship, influencers can stop being salespeople and start being knowledge custodians. The goal of this research is to show when marketing is framed as a cultural continuity, connecting our ancestral past with our digital future, it ceases to be an institution and become meaningful part of customers' identity. Literature review highlights a clear evolution. We started with a basic theory of social proof, the idea of that people buy what they see others buying. Recently, researchers have shifted towards purpose-led marketing. However, most of this research is Western, while Indian scholars have explored IKS in a general management and ethics. There is a significant lack of literature that connects the ancient samskaras directly the digital behavior of Gen Zs and Gen Alpha. We are standing on the shoulders of these theories, but moving them into new digital territory. Objective of the study is to analyze how integrating IKS framework affect the efficiency of influencer marketing. We aim to prove that when influencers shift from being simple endorsers to cultural knowledge custodians, they build a deeper, more ethical connection. We are essentially testing if value resonance. Matching behind sold to customers' values is more effective than traditional manipulative tactics often seen in digital media. To validate this concept, we employed a mixed method approach. We analyzed real-world campaign data to measure quantitative outcomes like engagement and conversions. We also utilized thematic analysis to see how traditional principles like dinacharya or daily routines were being translated into short-form digital content. Finally, we conducted comparative analysis between traditional celebrity endorsement and niche micro-influencers who utilize begin IKS principles. The data from our study provide that clear evidence that Indian knowledge system are being powerful tool for modern marketing. First, engagement. We found that when influencers shared content based on dinacharya or daily routines, they saw 42% increase in interaction. This tells us that digital generation are looking for structure and wisdom in their daily scrolls. Second, trust versus fame. While big celebrities have reached our modern acharyas, the micro-influencers who actually teach and mentor achieve 3 times higher conversion rates. This proves that Gen Z's a mentor word is more worth than celebrity face. Third, regional analysis shows that India is not monolith by tailoring content to regional aesthetic. We achieved 35% higher brand recall. Finally, we observed that framing a product within the Purushetra framework, like treating wealth as Arthasatra, completely changed the consumer perception. It moved the brand from being a product to being practice. This is what we value resonance. And it is the most effective way to secure a sustainable competitive advantage today. Based on data, 4 key suggestions for the industry. First, we need to change the influencer job description. Instead of just endorsing, they should mentoring. We call this Acharya model. Second, stop using one-size-fits-all approach. Regional nuances are not just extra, they are essential for loyalty. Third, frame your products within the Purushetra framework. If you are selling a budget app, don't just talk about money, talk about Arthasatana, wealth for higher purpose. And finally, build a content around daily rituals. When a brand become part of user samskara or daily habit, the connection become unbreakable. Conclusion, the research proves that the future of Indian knowledge lies in past. We have found that India has 377 million young users. Indian knowledge system are the ultimate solution to the trust deficit in digital world. By integrating samskaras or purushestras, we move from world of manipulative clicks to a world of meaningful connection. Influencers are no longer just a conditions for sales. They are custodian of our cultures. This transition ensures the brand do not just win a customer's wallet, they win the respect with a loyalty. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gunashekaran, for a wonderful topic. Influencer marketing, I think, is something that we are all consumers of content today.
Yes,
I have 2 very clear suggestions for your talk. One is on your literature review slide, you have written, no need to go back. You have written recent studies where you have cited a study from 1995 and another from 2006.
Yes,
so when you are saying recent studies, it should be somewhere between 2023 to 2026.
Okay, ma'am.
Right? That's point number one. Second is, I think if you can position your entire study around only one pivot,
Yes.
which is value resonance versus manipulative tactics.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's a beautiful point for your study.
Thank you. Thank
Because
you.
what we want people to buy is value resonance, but most often influencer marketing falls for manipulative tactics, right? So if you can focus more on that aspect, I think you will come up with a beautiful study. Thank you.
ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for suggestions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It is always, when you encourage with your claps, then the people presenters also feel that we have done something very good. Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Renuka from Guru Nanak College. Beyond traditional outreach, the power of digital health marketing in modifying health behaviors pattern in Chennai. So the topic is a comparative study of Indian and Western leadership models in contemporary organizations, evidence from quick commerce companies.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Renuka, research scholar, PG and from PG and Research Department of Commerce, Guru Nanak College. So today I'm going to present on the topic, a comparative study of Indian and Western leadership models in contemporary organization, evidence from quick commerce companies. Introduction. Okay. So, as we all know, like for our daily usage, we are ordering our items like from these quick commerce companies. Can you name some companies? Like Zepto, Blinkit, Instamart. Any other from the audience? Big Basket, yeah? So, Meesho, Flipkart, yeah. So what they claim? They claim that they will deliver within minutes, within 10 minutes, right? But this is not like safe for the delivery partners, right? Okay? Why? See, this model, like first I'll tell you the models used by these companies, these quick commerce companies. First is Indian model, Indian leadership model, and the second is Western leadership model. So Flipkart and Instamart, they use Indian leadership model, and if I talk about Zepto and Blinkit, they use Western leadership model. So the difference is, like Indian leadership model, they focus on employee well-being, dharma, like duty, compassion, and whereas Western leadership model, they focus on profits and profit. They're profit-oriented. They, yeah. So they mainly focus on operational efficiency, and they want work to be done on time, target-oriented. Okay, but Indian philosophy, Indian leadership philosophy, they follow a different method, okay? They always have in their mind that the employee should be safe, they should get proper respect in the organization, and their well-being is also important. They should not face any like problems, unlike those Western leadership models. Okay, next. So the main objectives of this study to examine the leadership practices in contemporary quick commerce organization. Here, as I told you about the difference, and the leadership models followed by these quick commerce companies like Flipkart and Blinkit, Zepto. Next objective is to evaluate the impact of leadership styles on employee engagement, job satisfaction, and stress level. Okay, so as Flipkart and Instamart, they follow Indian philosophy, Indian model. So they give their employees the place, the safety measure, everything. And they have the high employee retention also. Job satisfaction is there. But like Zepto, if I talk about the Zepto and Blinkit, they are not providing the safety measures. They are not giving the insurance to their workers. And they always, okay. Okay, ma'am. The next objective is, okay, okay, in this I have done these, this one, descriptive research design. The study is descriptive research. Next is data collection. Okay, here I have collected data from the secondary sources, from the journals, from the research papers, and from newspapers, articles, and from YouTube videos. Next, okay, findings. So the first finding is from the study, I have found that leadership practices, mostly companies are using Western leadership models, not Indian. And the second finding is Western performance-oriented leadership. It increases employee stress, burnout, and fear of penalties, while Indian value-based leadership improves job satisfaction by promoting empathy, fairness, and ethical responsibility. And the third finding is Indian leadership builds higher levels of employee trust, respect, and long-term retention, whereas Western leadership boosts short-term output but contributes to the higher attrition, means due to job insecurity and emotional fatigue. In conclusion, I would like to say that, see, to meet the demands of such like quick commerce companies, we need both the models, but for that we can use a hybrid form of Indian and Western model, where we like meet the efficiency also, and we like take care of the safety of employers, the frontline employees of these companies. Thank you.
Yes, Renuka, what are the organizations which you have taken for the study? Quick commerce organizations?
Sorry, ma'am?
What are the quick commerce organizations which you have taken for the study, for your sample?
Ma'am, I have like collected data from secondary sources.
Secondary sources one,
yes,
isn't it?
Yes,
okay. So you make a mention that when it is Western based, they are not giving that much of importance to the employee safety.
Yes, ma'am.
What are the Indian organizations which you have taken?
Ma'am, Flipkart, ma'am.
Okay.
Flipkart and Instamart.
Okay.
So
Flipkart,
they are Indian.
Instamart and all that. But actually, in reality, I feel that there is no much difference so far as the safety aspect is concerned. I think one point you all will accept, when we see these people driving their vehicles, they drive it very unsafely. Many a time, when you go on the road, in any main road or whatever it is, you can see a person, an Instamart person, or a person who is coming in his two-wheeler with Instamart or something like some other such Flipkart or something. He will come in between. He will cross in between. Where is the safety aspect there? Are they following safety aspect?
That's what, ma'am. Like the Flipkart people and the Instamart, like from studies I found and from interviews, they don't put pressure on employees, on their employees, that you have to like reach within 10 minutes, within 5 minutes.
Instamart, they promise instant delivery.
No, ma'am. They promise instant delivery, but ma'am, they don't pressure their employees. If I compare with the Blinkit one or the Zepto. And ma'am, in news also it came that court has decided that you cannot like pressure your employees to reach within 10 minutes. No. Yeah, within few minutes, okay, but within 10 minutes, within 5 minutes, you should remove this policy. Yeah.
So you say that there is no much pressure on them?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Recently, court has decided, ma'am, like 2 days back. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you for sharing that point, because I was about to ask you the same thing. As a researcher, you need to be abreast of what's happening in the news as well. What are some of the recent papers, academic papers, because your presentation is based on academic journals. What are some of the recent papers that you have examined to come up with your hypotheses?
Ma'am, here I have not mentioned in my
That's okay.
PPT, but I have read few papers like which are very much related to the like quick commerce and retail industry. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll give you one suggestion. Go back and read Elkington 1997. Elkington came up with a theory called as triple bottom line. Triple bottom line talks about three aspects that a business should look at: people, planet, and profit. Right? And it is very much a Western model. So go back and take insights from the Western
And
model.
one study from Armstrong like started in 2019 that I have read. That's a base paper.
So go back and read about Elkington 1997 triple bottom line. Okay, it talks very nicely about how a business should balance between people, planet, and profit. If the planet is no more, what will we do with the profit? Right? If the people are not there, what will a company do with the profit? Right? So that gives us a holistic view about your topic. Okay, that could be a very good theoretical framework for your study. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, Renuka. Next, we have Mr. Ritik Bosco, Guru Nanak College, the golden narrative, leveraging Indian knowledge system and cultural archetypes in jewelry branding storytelling. Jewelry brand storytelling.
So how do we use this? Yeah. Okay. Is it audible? Yeah. So good morning, everyone. Good morning to the dignitaries present, to the students, to the faculties, and my dear research scholars. So I'll just start. Yeah. So today we are exploring the golden narrative, a study on how the Indian jewelry sector is evolving by rooting its modern branding in ancient wisdom. So this research was conducted by my research guide, Dr. M. Kavita, myself, a research scholar. And this research examines the intersection of the Indian knowledge system and contemporary brand storytelling. So in India, gold is far more than a luxury. We actually know that. It is culturally integrated into our traditions and our day-to-day life. So it's profoundly a socio-economic force. Data shows that approximately $91 billion US dollars yearly, it's actually 7% of the GDP, is done based on the transaction of gold every year. So beyond fiscal figures, gold is a sacred asset. It serves as a primary vehicle for household savings, which remainingly deeply embedded in religious and intergenerational rituals. Okay? So we see the investment sentiment paradox. So this is one of the core concepts of the paper, because every gold investment has two roles. So we will see about that. The rational instrument. So the first thing is, rationally, why people purchase gold is it has a value on its own. It is backed by some sort of guarantee. Not like silver. It is much more superior to silver, as we all know. So we will see that it is a liquid hedge and a form of hidden security for women known as Sridhana. Okay? It also acts as a sacred object, an auspicious medium essential for lineage and life cycle rituals. The insight here that we see is, we see that melting of gold is not a sacred thing. We see that happening in India because it's not culturally appropriate to melt gold, which is ancestrally given. Yeah. So we'll move to the next slide. We see the structural metamorphosis. Actually, I was fascinated to know that the unorganized sector still holds a dominant position in the jewelry market. Why is that? So we will look into that. The industry is moving from an unorganized craft-based network to a branded retail ecosystem. Organized retail is projected to capture 36 to 38% from 22%. So we see there is a shift from unorganized sector to the organized sector. So that should be noted. We also see that modern consumers, specifically the Gen Z and the millennials, want transparency and quality assurance. That is why we see there is a sudden surge or increase in the organized sector, moving from the unorganized. So unorganized sector holds from 60 to 65%, the organized does the remaining. But it is moving at a fast pace. It's moving towards the organized brand spaces. So, yes. We'll see about the research objectives. So the primary objective is that it is to develop a framework showing how IKS and cultural archetypes can navigate the investment sentiment paradox. The supporting goals, we achieve this by tracing the historical evolution of gold, decoding its visual semiotics, and proposing a model for culturally sustainable jewelry. We also see IKS through the branding lens, okay? So the paradigm shift, there is a paradigm shift. Instead of using Western marketing models based on disruption and individualism, as we see in Western media, and we know that we are culturally significantly different from the Western countries. So we see, we propose 3 pillars of IKS: Parampara, Rita, and Dharma. So Parampara is continuity. It is the lineage that we Indians have. We have a sense of continuity, belongingness in our lives. So we also have Rita, using sacred geometry in design to align the weaver with the divine order. So this has to do with the shapes, the colors, and its prominence in our culture. Dharma. Dharma is what I would say, while connecting to gold, is that it has to do with purity and trust factor here. So we'll quickly see the historical importance of gold. So from the colonial period, from the Swadeshi movement, we have started saving. So yesterday we saw explanations on saving. So yes, from the colonial period, we have had that self-sustainable attitude. So we have started saving it. So it was also a national identity. Before the colonial rule, we saw that India was called Sone Ki Chidiya, which means a golden sparrow. So it shows the flourish of India, flourishness, okay? Yeah. So we'll just go with the visual semiotics. We see that visual brands use specific codes to create trust. There are temple motifs. There are different brands that use different articles like Malabar, Kalyan. We also have color theory. I'm just quickly rushing over. Yeah. So we see brand archetypes in action. We see examples of Tanishq, Kalyan Jewelers, and Sabyasachi. So each of these use IKS models. So that is currently what I'm trying to convey. So this paper creates a conceptual model of how companies use IKS. It's not just about cultural, like just for the sake of promoting a brand. So it is about how companies use these IKS, knowingly or unknowingly, to have an impact on the market. Yes. So managerial implications, we'll just, yeah. So for managerial implications, it's not just about selling, it's about creating, it's about selling inheritance, it's about connection, it's about the values of IKS. Okay. So also with women as the chief financial officers of the home. So we see that savings is really a big part of, actually women do a very hard job of saving the, so it happens when tough situations arise, they come for help, they create a stable environment. So finally, the final thought is, and conceptual framework is important, So the final thought is, trust in the Indian jewelry sector is not just manufactured through marketing, it is inherited. By integrating 3 important pillars, which are Parampara, Rita, and Dharma, brands can transition from mere retailers to becoming cultural institutions. Thank you.
So thank you for your presentation, Ritik. A very interesting topic. I think you can also explore why should Indian consumers, especially women, should go for the storytelling of brands versus the storytelling of my local jeweler shop, right? Where I would have been buying from multiple generations. So just think about it. Due to paucity of time, we are not taking Q&A right now, but
Okay.
just think about that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ritik. Next, we have Dr. Bindu Basani and Dr. Shakila from Shankara Arts and Science College and Guru Nanak College. The topic, IKS in Innovation for Inclusive Growth, a vision for Viksit Bharat 2047.
A pleasant morning to one and all present here. I am Bindu Bhashini and she is Dr. Shakila, and we both are very happy to present our paper titled Indian Knowledge System and Innovation for Inclusive Growth, a Vision for Viksit Bharat 2047. A bold vision and brighter future. This is the mantra for Viksit Bharat 2047. It focuses on 4 key areas. The first one is economic prosperity. This economic prosperity focus on strengthening the economy by focusing on inclusive growth and by job creation and promoting entrepreneurship and skill development in our economy. And also, this area focuses on ensuring economic opportunities are accessible to all sections of society. In simple terms, zero poverty. And next area is social empowerment. Empowerment focuses on improving quality of life by ensuring equal access to education, healthcare, social protection, and opportunities. In simple terms, equality. And the third one is environmental sustainability. This area emphasizes protection of natural resources while supporting sustainable development. In simple terms, achieving zero carbon emission. And the last one is good governance. Good governance ensure transparency, accountability, and efficiency. That is implementation of citizen-centric system. And here comes the Nyan framework. This framework actually focuses on 4 pillars. Each pillar focuses on a critical section of a society to ensure that growth is balanced, inclusive, and sustainable. The first pillar is Garib. It focuses on poor and underprivileged. The next one is Yuva, development of youth in our economy. And Anandata focuses on a farmer's protection. And the last one is Nari, focuses on women empowerment. The objective of our study. We focuses on 2 main objectives. The first objective is completely on the role of Indian knowledge system in fostering innovation, holistic development, and sustainable practices within the highlighted domain. For our study, we actually chose 3 highlighted domains for the research. The first one is education, IKS integration on education. The next one is the Ayush initiative, and then the third one is the sustainable development. And the second objective focuses on the government initiative to implement Viksit Bharat. Okay, so Indian knowledge system and innovation. The first focus area is on education. By integrating education system, National Education Policy 2020 aims to make education holistic, value-driven, and culturally rooted, combining traditional wisdom with modern learning methods. As we all know, the efforts which the government is making to implement the Indian knowledge system in our secondary level as well as in the higher education level in order to incorporate this IKS concepts into the education field. The next one is integration of IKS in medicinal practices. As you all know, India has been a global pioneer in holistic and traditional system of medicine for thousands of years. This Ayush initiative built on this rich heritage by promoting Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy and homeopathy as safe, effective, and preventive healthcare system. Importantly, Ayush is not just a policy initiative, it represents India's effort to transform and position traditional healthcare system at a global level. This data was retrieved from the annual report of Ministry of Ayush. It shows the global presence of Ministry of Ayush, what are the initiatives, how the government is taking towards the global economy. And this is the current update on Ayush in India. It shows that the different people are actually adopting from allopathy medicine level to the different traditional methods what we have in our country. And final one is the sustainable development. This sustainable development, actually this data was retrieved from the SDG index, which was generated by our country India in the year 23-24. This study states that India is progressing in par with the global sustainable development goals. The rest of the part will be continued by Dr. Shakila. Ma'am, please.
Bhayam Ratam iti Bharatam. The word Bharat itself means in search of light, in search of knowledge. In business, in Japanese, we call this Kaizen. And here we have a country which calls itself, I'm always pursuing, going towards knowledge. To me, Viksit is Bharat, Bharat is Viksit. And for continuous development, Government of India has implemented many initiatives. We have given a few. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, concentrating on financial inclusion. Startup India, let me remind, we would have studied something called Silappadigaram in Tamil, where the hero, Kovalan, is an entrepreneur. So entrepreneurship is not a new concept to us, but then India is trying to inculcate this entrepreneurship into all students, and the ecosystem is getting very favorable for that. And economic national agricultural market, we have lots of initiatives in this field. Bharat is the only country where digital payments are done by farmers also. Encouragement is given to farmers in using different mobile applications, in understanding the market, climate, weather, and connecting with experts in the field of marketing. Government initiatives through inclusive growth, yes, we have lots of schemes. National Institution for Transforming India is a think tank, and we can see that there is a lot of focus on students from school and colleges towards this growth. NSQF, that is the National Skill Qualification Framework, focuses on 5 layers: Annamaya Kosham, physical; Pranamaya Kosham, energy; Manomaya Kosham, mental; Vijnanamaya Kosham, intellect; and Anandamaya Kosham, spiritual. This Gurukulam system is getting back to India. We would have heard of Shri Krishna and Sudama going to the forest to collect wooden sticks. The concept of experiential learning is not new to India, and this is what the Western countries are coming up with that now, but we already have it in place. Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, concentrating on the indigenous businesses and special focus on women entrepreneurs. Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, the concept is the world is one family, and India, yes, has been a Vishwaguru towards this. Not only the development of India, India is becoming a role model for other countries also to concentrate on us. Yes, both the Narendras, the previous one and the current one, are living with these words: arise, awake, stop not until the goal is reached. Bharat Mata ki Jai.
We have a request to the presenters. Thank you, Shakila and Bindu.
Thank you, ma'am.
Since we are running short of time, the presenters can come and just give their objectives of the study, findings and suggestions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
That's a good presentation. Thank you.
Shri Vaibhav, Guru Nanak College, a journey from Kautilya Chanakya to 2047. The next presenter, Mr. Shanmugavel, sorry, Dr. Shanmugavel.
So, good morning to one and all present here. I am Shri Vibhav, studying in the Department of BCom Bank Management, Guru Nanak College, Chennai. So, I'm going to present the topic which is FinTech Dharma, a journey from Kautilya Chanakya to 2047. Okay, so the main objective of this paper is I wanted to evidently prove that ancient India was advanced. There is a concept, or there is something like the colonizers have inculcated the thought that ancient India was not developed. They thought that the reason they came and colonized us is because we were not developed, we were not able to manage ourselves in financial sector or in any case. So this paper evidently proves that the ancient India, especially in the field of finance, had existence of a common medium of exchange rather than something we call as a barter system or just a classic exchange of two goods based on the requirements. Now, in order to achieve this, I had to do some literature reviews. So I referred Ardhashastra, which is written by Kautilya Chanakya, then Yajnavalkya Samriti, which is written in the Gupta Empire by C.H. Yajnavalkya, and Kamandakya Nitisara, which was written by C.H. Kamandaka, who was the direct disciple of Kautilya Chanakya, and it was written during the Gupta and the Mauryan era. So before I start, exploring about the Ardhashastra or the text, I need to give a small hint about the Indian knowledge system. So Indian knowledge system was started as an initiative. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Okay, so due to the time constraint, I'm skipping for the IKS. This is just a glimpse. You can just take a note once again. So coming to Ardhashastra, which is the main text I have taken upon, Ardhashastra was written by Kautilya Chanakya, which deprecates about the principles of management and banking systems, and it shows the various evidences of existence of banking system and the functioning as well. And it was written during the period of 4th to 3rd century BCE, which was way before the time of the colonizers. In this, first, if you can see in the banking sector, we think that currently we have something called as a public bank and a private bank, but it was existent way before centuries, which was called as a Shreni bank with reference to public bank, which was where the royal Gajana or the king's reserves was used to loan for people, and the Sattva banking system, which was for the private banking. When it comes to the case of monetary regulations, Ardhashastra specifies about the importance of the weight, composition, the metal used, and the type of print that should be given, which differentiates it from other coins, and it should be a royal coin. And below is the composition of the metals that is used to make this. Now talking about the regulation of loans, the loaning system was especially existent where minors were denied of the loan systems, and there was a rule where 3 witnesses were compulsorily to be present while provision of the loans, and the interest rates for the secured loans were 15% and for the unsecured loans was 60%. Now when it comes to auditing and accounting, that is also not a modern concept. This was a concept that was existent, and I've also quoted the the Sanskrit term or the original terms that was written by Kautilya Chanakya, which was translated by R. Shamashastri, whose book I used. And this was about auditing and accounting, and the Akrita Purohapaharam, which is meaning that you have to maintain a daily financial record. Now, the Yajnavalkya Samriti was written by C.H. Yajnavalkya. It was about the civil law inheritance and judicial procedures, but contains evidences of the banking system and the loaning system. And this was some of the things that he referred, that is Manusmriti, Vedas and Upanishads. And he had also the loan system was existent and the bank system was existent, but these were the changes that were made, which was 1/80th or the 2.5% of the principal loan that was obtained. And it also talks about how the king is the main person who decides on these financial matters. Coming to Kamandaka and Niti sir, as I told you, Sage Kamandaka was a direct disciple of Kautilya Chanakya, and he had many instances of the banking system taken from Ardhashastra and used it in his wise text. And it was written between the period of Gupta, the Mauryan era, because there's mentions of Chandragupta Maurya and the other Gupta kings. No talk. Yes, ma'am, it's coming next. Yes. This is also, post-independent systems of how the banking sections, like, there was a centralized system, as we told, the public banking system, which was established in the 16th and 17th century, which was Bank of England, which they used, these ancient texts as a model, and the Narasimhan Committee was created to bring in these changes, and they used some of these knowledges to bring in the, the current banking system we have, which is evolved around the period of time. Now, coming to fintech, so which is the main hero of this paper. Fintech is nothing but it is cashless transactions, and it has become a paperless process. And currently, these kind of developments like UPI system, phone pay, bitcoins, and the multi-factor authentication, blockchain technology, and integration of AI into banking systems, which is all currently a modernization. But the framework or the base for all of these to be changed was through referring the texts of ancient texts like Ardhashastra or all the texts I showed you. There are more, Manusmriti, and there are a lot more, but due to time constraint and shortness of content, I had to edit it out. And these are some of the payment interfaces and the cryptocurrencies we have that has currently been developed. Now, moving forward to this is Viksit Bharat 2047, which was launched in December 11, 2023 by the Government of India. And this was to bring in the youth into modernization and transform India into a developed nation and convert it into $1 trillion GDP nation. So, Viksit Bharat has a lot of motives and visions to achieve. One of them, which is the financial sector, which I've taken. It has achieved, currently what it has achieved is banking sector, and it has introduced blockchain technology and microfinance technology. But it is yet to integrate CBCDs into retail and wholesale transactions, globalize ESG standardization, that is economic, social, and governance standardization, and metaverse banking and quantum computing integration into banking system. So in order to achieve these, we need to know what we have done in the past, what we are in the present, which will be a foundation layer for what we are going to do in the future. That is my ideology. Thank you.
So, Shri Vaibhav, give him a round of applause for the level of confidence. You are a undergraduate student, so I really forget the presentation and other things. You really have to work on timing your presentation, the content, because you are talking from Chanakya to 2047, and 2047 you came after your time was over, right? So time it well, but applaud
This
to
shows
your
that he's
confidence.
done extensive study. Okay, you all can give a round of applause to him. He's one among you.
Thank you, dear. Next, we have Dr. Shanmugavel, Guru Nanak College, Indian Knowledge System, a holistic framework for decolonizing education, fostering innovation, and achieving sustainable development under NEP 2020. Dr. Shanmugavel, you can focus straight away into the topic which actually you have to deliver.
Yes, ma'am. I'll hardly take 4 to 5 minutes with my flow. I have prepared like this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, good morning to the respected dignitaries, faculty members, and dear participants. I am M. Shanmugavel, Assistant Professor in Commerce, become Bank Management. Today, I will be speaking on revitalizing the Indian knowledge system, a holistic framework for decolonization of education, fostering innovation and achieving sustainable development through or under the NEP 2020. Not a nostalgia, but a research-driven framework for education, leadership, health, and sustainability. This presentation answers one key question: how do we integrate IKS meaningfully without myth, tokenism, and dilution? And delusion, we can say. Let me begin with the context. India historically had one of the world's most advanced knowledge ecosystem. IKS seamlessly integrated material knowledge, Apravidya, with inner wisdom, Paravidya. Institutions like Dakshashila and Nalanda were not religious schools, but they were global multidisciplinary universities. This continuity was disrupted in 1835 with Macaulay's educational policy, which dismissed indigenous knowledge and created what scholars now call epistemicide, the killing of our Indian knowledge system. The result, we become skilled professionals but disconnected thinkers. So, this brings us to the policy turning point. So, here the entry of the NEP. NEP 2020 marks a decisive shift from colonial silos to multidisciplinary education. Importantly, NEP does not borrow blindly from the West. It consciously draws inspiration from India's own traditional and holistic learnings. The vision is very clear. From rote learning to inquiry, from job seekers to the original thinkers, from fragmented disciplines to the integrated wisdom. So, however, policy visions alone is not enough for us to continue with this IKS to the real life. So, our research identifies a critical gap where, while NEP mandates IKS, institutions lack a scientific rigorous framework to integrate it into professional education, especially in management, health science, and ecology. So, this study aims to develop an integrative IKS framework to apply in professional domains. So, align it clearly with the NEP and UGC curriculum. Due to this, the study needs to strong theoretical base. So, the research rests on the two ideas. One is whole person paradigm. The modern education trains the brain, but IKS develops the human being through Panchakosha, integrating body, mind, intellect, values, and purpose. Second, decolonization. Not rejecting the West science, but reclaiming epistemic sovereignty. This creates what we call cognitive justice, where India and Western knowledge coexist as equals. Now, let me briefly explain how the study was conducted. This is a qualitative hermeneutic study. Primary sources include Bhagavad Gita, Shastruta and Sharaka Samgita, Artha Shastra, and other policy documents include NEP 2020, NCF like National Curriculum Framework 2023, and UGC IKS guidelines. Using double hermeneutic concepts were first understood in the original context and then translated into the modern academic language. So this framework was then applied to three domains. Already I mentioned management and ecosystem and health science. From management, we can say, the Gita protocols reframes leadership. It separates efforts from outcome, reducing performance anxiety, and defines leadership through conduct, achara, not authority. So again, when it comes to health science, next slide please. Okay. When it comes to health science, Ayurveda shifts medicine from treating disease to creating health. Saltogenesis, health is balance, physical, mental, and well-being. When it comes to ecology, next slide. Ecology, IKS views nature not a resource, but as prakriti, a living system. Concepts like Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam directly supports modern sustainability and low carbon development. So consume what is actually necessary, not others' resources for our own consumption. But how do we implement these in real institutions? So NEP 2020 already provides the tools, professors to the practice to bring traditional experts into the classroom. Tired IKS grids to avoid tokenism and Swayam for scalable and high quality delivery. To conclude this, IKS is not for cultural nostalgia, it is a strategic imperative. This shift from epistemic dependency to epistemic serenity is essential for achieving Viksit Bharat 2047. The real challenges now is not compliances, but commitment towards the achieving IKS with our 2047 Viksit Bharat goal, that is developed India. Thank you all.
So thank you so much for wonderful presentation. It's indeed very difficult to come up with a holistic framework for such an exhaustive topic. So your last slide spoke about compliance to commitment. I think that is something that we can focus more on, because rest of the other things is the foundation which everybody will work on. But if you can focus more on compliance, converting into commitment, I think then only we can hit the dart on the bull's eye for Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you.
That Arjuna, the Mahabharata Arjuna practice, the bird high. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We have next
So,
Ananya.
sorry for this one. Everything we have, when it comes to Guru Nanak College, in one of my slide I explained that Guru Shiksha with the modernization of mentorship. So we are using both Guru Shiksha editions. We crosses 10 more Guru Shiksha edition in past decade. We are a decade of years practicing the Guru Shiksha as well as the mentor-mentee practices in real life. So I'm proud of that. I'm one among the
Very nice. So Guru Nanak is initiating this IKS already into our disciplines. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ananya from Guru Nanak College. From tradition to sustainability, eco-friendly textiles and handicrafts in a circular economy.
Good morning to one and all present here. Good morning to one and all present here. I am Ananya Nuraj Kadalail, a third-year BA English student at Guru Nanak College. Today I'm delighted to present my paper titled From Traditions to Sustainability, Eco-Friendly Textiles and Handicrafts in a Circular Economy. We often talk about sustainability as if it's something new. But the truth is, our traditional crafts have been practicing sustainability long before the term even existed. To understand why traditional textiles and crafts matter, we first need to address the problem: fast fashion. Fast fashion encourages us to buy more, wear less, and discard quickly. Clothes are produced rapidly, sold cheaply, and thrown away even faster. This leads to massive textile waste, water pollution from chemical dyes, and excessive use of energy and natural resources. So the question is, does an alternative really exist? And that is where the role of traditional textiles and handicrafts come important. Traditional textiles and handicrafts naturally follow what we call the circular economy. A circular economy means reuse instead of waste, repair instead of disposal, and longevity instead of instant replacement. Handloom weaving, embroidery, and handcrafted textiles use less energy, rely on natural materials, and are designed to last. Unlike fast fashion's use and throw policy, traditional textiles believe in use, reuse, and restore. To understand these topics better, I looked at some real-world examples of eco-friendly textiles and handicrafts. First, bamboo silk. Bamboo grows very fast, needs very little water, and no pesticides. Bamboo silk, which is taken from its cellulose, is biodegradable, breathable, and naturally antibacterial. Hence, it is both eco-friendly and easy to use for the making of clothing items, towels, to name a few. Banana fiber silk. This fiber is taken from the banana plant stem, which is usually thrown away after harvesting the fruit. Agricultural waste is turned into a valuable material, a perfect example of upcycling within the circular economy. It is used in making clothing items and home decors. Jute silk. Jute is also known as the golden fiber. It improves soil quality, absorbs carbon dioxide, and is biodegradable. It is used in making accessories, home furnishings, to name a few, combining sustainability with elegance. Now, sustainability in traditional textiles and handicrafts does not end with just fibers. Upcycling has always been part of Indian textile culture. Old saris and fabrics are stitched into mats, bags, or quilts with West Bengal's Kanta embroidery. Nothing is really wasted here. Another important practice is natural dyeing. Traditional dyes made from indigo, turmeric, and pomegranate peels are biodegradable and do not pollute water bodies, unlike the chemical dyes used today. These practices show how traditional knowledge respects both nature and its resources. To conclude, traditional textiles and handicrafts reminds us that sustainability is not a new idea, but a long practiced way of living. Built on reuse, respect for nature, and skilled craftsmanship, these practices offer solutions that are ethical, circular, and sustaining. By valuing traditional textiles and handicrafts, we choose responsibility and balance, allowing tradition to guide us towards a sustainable future. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ananya, for a beautiful presentation, very neat and clean, well articulated, and thank you for keeping track of time.
Thank you.
Very good concepts you have brought forward. I really think that you are able to make a good study out of this. Continue the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya. We have Tanya, the last presenter, Guru Nanak College, Roots of Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Creativity in IKS.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Tanya from BA English third year, and I'm going to present about roots of innovation, entrepreneurship and creativity in Indian language system. Indian knowledge system, holistic framework, a complete and reliable system which unites the elements of commerce, management, ethics, and creativity, is a comprehensive method of developing oneself professionally and personally. Like, does not merely focus on commerce, it considers the three-dimensional listed sites. The application of a strong ethical foundation and a rich source of creativity will allow a company to develop successful and sustainable businesses while maintaining ethical unity. Therefore, if businesses focus on using innovative thinking as a mean to being a responsible corporate citizen, they will be able to create products or services that are innovative, promotes effectiveness in promotion, and provide societal benefits. Also, all companies operating under this framework can expect to achieve sustainable and responsible results by applying innovative ideas to their business practices. Technical foundations. Ancient written texts and institutions are the basis of Indian commercial and managerial foundation. Important ancient texts to discuss include the Arthashastra, Manusmriti, Shukranti, and Panchatantra. The guide system was the first structured form of business associated that they ensured quality, ethical behavior, and development of the skills in members. Innovations beyond technology. Innovations also took place through social, organizational, and administrative process in ancient India. The governance structure were developed to control and regulate trade, manage personnel, and apply ethical standards to all trades. Therefore, a high degree of economic sustainability exists because of these three elements of governance structure: trade network, financial system, and taxation. The modern empire shows how trade networks operate and how an empire developed sophisticated system to manage trade, logistics, and taxation for maximum efficiency, while also considering the welfare of society. Hence, the modern empire's trade network shows that innovation was not just useful, but also socially responsible. Entrepreneurial thinking in ancient India. This contents of the slide is based on entrepreneurial thinking based structured is a strategic manner. The three main components of ancient India entrepreneurship are risk assessment, market intelligence, and resource automation. The innovation developed by ancient India entrepreneurs address societal needs rather than only providing profits for themselves. In the entrepreneur cycle, like risk, research, resource, and innovation, the methodical system is instituted. One example is the successful long-distance trade of spices, pulse, and textiles conducted by Mathura merchant who had evaluated all potential risks as well as the market conditions in which they were trading. Creativity and sustainable growth. India has long fostered the development of creativity through practical experience, specialization, and adaptive problem solving, leading to economic sustainability. Skills were traditionally passed on from one generation to another, which lead to ongoing enhancement. Our many generation. The pyramid diagram illustrated the progression for practical learning to specialization through to adaptive. The learning experience and the creation of specialization is creativity have extended for many centuries over various religions and cultures. The local culture context allowed for innovation. Just for an example, in Varanasi and Gujarat's textile hubs, the creativity work of craftsmen and women sustained the local economic over many centuries. Ethics in entrepreneurship. According to this slide, ethics have always been a part of Indian business ethics. Through Dharma, social welfare and environmental balance are basis for decision making, responsible entrepreneurship occurred. The diagram shows the linkage along ethics, social welfare, and environmental responsibility. Temple-based trading system shows the temple surface revenue from trading were reinvested into community welfare, indicates the responsibility from profitability and social responsibility. The conclusion, the last insights of this presentation highlights that Indian knowledge system are a wealth of opportunities for developing methods of innovations, entrepreneurship, and creativity that are ethically based and culturally welfare. An understanding of the principles of IKS will help to stir the development of sustainable, socially minded, innovative basis models. Furthermore, by showing the continuing relevance of Indian knowledge system to the global environment, we show that IKS provide an example of how to address profit, ethics, and social responsibilities in ways that are applicable to the growing amount of economic issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Which department are you from?
Ma'am, BA English.
English, okay. So next time, try to read without your script.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite our chairperson, Dr. Akansha, to give a quick feedback on what we had been looking into the entire session. Madam, please.
So I'm very poor at standing behind the podium and talking. I'm more comfortable like this. All right, thank you very much, Madam, for this invitation, and dignitaries on the dais. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I recall a couple of things while I was listening to the presentations. When I was a small child in school, I was good at most of the subjects, science, mathematics, computer science, and I never understood why is this subject called as moral science in course. It was very boring for me. Some stories which directly led to figuring out what is right. We all know what is right and what is wrong. So I never understood the meaning of this subject, moral science, and now it is called as value education. Why do we even have it in schools? But when I grew up a little and I started interacting with students and corporate professionals, I train a lot of managers in organizations, I really understood the value of this particular subject, which is extremely important in our formative years, right? And I'm also very glad to see the diversity of participants over here, including students, research scholars, and faculty, talking about very, very important aspects If you talk about sustainability, it is nothing new. We have been practicing it for a very long time. So today's session covered a gamut of topics going on from innovation, circular economy, creativity, marketing, human resources, fintech, and so on. So it was really refreshing to hear from participants, and especially if you are undergraduate students and if you have the confidence to come up on stage and address such a large audience, it is really great at your age. So a round of applause. So couple of quick feedback to the presenters. You must also try to practice that you can go without a script on stage. It is your presentation, it is your hard work, so you should be able to practice so well. And there's no problem in writing down. And I'll tell this very frankly to you, because even for some of my important presentations, I write down. What is it that I should convey to the audience in this particular slide on a particular point, and so on, right? So prepare your script, practice it well, avoid reading on stage, refer to the slides. Slides should just be an anchor for you to talk, right? But the content has to come from the heart. So work more on the presentation skills. When we come to research, which of course the research scholars and the faculty could present in a better manner, always look out for what are the key research papers in that particular area, what are the Indian contributions in that aspect, how do we agree or disagree with the Western perspectives, and so on. So building a very rigorous theoretical founding is extremely important when it comes to research. It is not just enough if you're able to collect some data, use some fancy statistical softwares and present your findings. That is later, of course. But have your conceptual framework very robust, then complement it with statistical rigor. And the third aspect, which we often miss as research scholars, I do consider myself as a research scholar, is writing. And how do you communicate what you have done to the rest of the world? So bring in value in writing as well. So my best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, madam. The insights have been taken up, and I think the research scholars will very well go into it. Can I have another quick feedback from our former principal, Dr. T.K. Avekode?
Very good afternoon to all of you. Before I could give you my observations about today's presentation, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our most respected General Secretary and Correspondent, sir, to thank our Dean Academics, Dr. Swati, our Dean Commerce, Dr. Uma Devi, and the entire team for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this two-day international conference. As far as the presentations are concerned, whatever I wanted to mention, Dr. Akansha has said already. Some presentations, actually the presentations were too good, very interesting, very informative, but some presentations were not directly connected with the topic. And one more thing, as she rightly pointed out already, some of you were reading out from the paper, which has to be avoided when you come and make a presentation here. And then, since the topic is Indian knowledge system, and the track we had today is related to commerce and management, I was expecting some of you to link Thiruvalluvar and commerce, management, Indian knowledge system and all that. But I was a bit disappointed. You were making mentions about Mahabharatam, Ramayana, Kautilya, Chanakya and all that. As you all will know, I can say that Thiruvalluvar is an excellent, he is a leader of management, or you can even use, he is a guru, management guru, right? He has said so many things relating to management and commerce. To make a mention of one or two, regarding decision making, there is a very apt Thirukural which says, Idanai idanal ivan mudikkum endraindu adanai avan kan vidal. Idanai idanal ivan mudikkum endraindu adanai avan kan vidal. Before delegating a work to a particular person, Just analyze and find out whether is he capable of doing it perfectly and properly. Then delegate the work to him. This is one Tirukural actually, right? And like that, there are so many Tirukurals regarding decision making. எண்ணி துணிக கருமம் துணிந்த பின் எண்ணுவம் என்பது இழுக்கு. எண்ணி துணிக கருமம் துணிந்த பின் எண்ணுவம் என்பது இழுக்கு. Look before you leap. Before you start doing something, think and find out whether are you capable of doing it. Okay? Don't start doing it and then don't regret later on. So this is what is the meaning of the Kural. எண்ணி துணிக கருமம் துணிந்த பின் எண்ணுவம் என்பது இழுக்கு. So I was expecting some of you to make a presentation on this. Maybe I think only few of them have made a presentation here. I don't know whether we have received papers relating to this. Otherwise, all your presentations were very good. And as I said already, for me, coming back to Guru Nanak College is like coming back home. And as I used to tell always, for me, Guru Nanak College is always a heaven on earth. So I would like to thank all the organizers once again for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, madam. I invite Dr. Rama, Head Department of BCom PA, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. A pleasant afternoon to one and all gathered here. On behalf of Guru Nanak College, I take immense pleasure in thanking the esteemed chairpersons, Dr. Akansha Jiswal and Dr. T.K. Avikode, for sharing their valuable inputs and guiding the paper presenters. Thank you, ma'am. I thank the paper presenters and the delegates who have actively participated in the conference. Thank you all. I thank Dr. Uma Devi, Dean School of Commerce, and the entire School of Commerce and Management for having organized this session. Thank you, one and all. Now I request Dean Humanities to take over the session. Ma'am, please.
I request Pandit Vidyasagar to be the chairperson for this session. I request Dean Humanities and Dean Languages to come on the dais and start the session.
Talk to me, numbers never lie. Add it up, that's me. I said 23. I said 23.
Sir, please.
Said 23.
Hearty welcome to technical session 4, which combines two tracks, track 5 and track 6. We have presenters from social sciences and languages and also from multidisciplinary aspects. The chairperson of our session is Professor Pandit Balchandra Vidyasagar, former Vice Chancellor, Swami Ramanand Tirth, Marathwada University, Nanded, Maharashtra. Hearty welcome to you, sir. We have Dr. Shanti, the rapporteur of our session. Hearty welcome to you, madam. And I am Dr. Kalaniti, the moderator of the session. So we start our session with Mr. Jabin Jackson Singh. Are you present? Mr. Jabin Jackson Singh. He is from University of Madras. He will be presenting on the topic Rabindranath Tagore's Philosophy of Learning, Current Relevance and Contemporary Applicability to Modern Indian Education System. Dear presenters, please make a note. You will be given 3 minutes of time. Okay, try to present in 3 minutes, right? For sparsity of time. We have got 18 presenters today for the last session. Yeah, hearty welcome to Mr. Jabin Jackson.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Janani Sri Mukambika, and he's my co-presenter, Jabin Jackson Singh, from Defense and Strategic Studies Department, University of Madras. Today, we are going to present a paper titled Rabindranath Tagore's Philosophy of Learning, Current Relevance and Contemporary Applicability in Modern Indian Education System. I would like to begin by a thought of Rabindranath Tagore, which says, the aim of education is not the accumulation of information, but awakening the human soul. I think these lines clearly explain Tagore's idea that are still relevant today, and especially when the education system is often reduced to marks, exams, and rankings. To begin with the introduction, we all know that Rabindranath Tagore was a great poet and a Nobel laureate, but he is not only that, he's a great thinker who deeply questions the purpose of education. Philosophically, he can be seen as a Vedantist, idealist, naturalist, and also an internationalist. I will explain why. Tagore himself was not a product of a rigid classroom education because most of his learnings came from his childhood at his home, where he was exposed to various literatures like English and Bengali, even music, history, and for that case, natural sciences also. Because of this, he became deeply critical of the rote learning system. Initially, he even went to study at England for studying law, but soon he rejected that in the favor of self-learning through reading and travel. He mainly emphasized that the learning should be free, creative, and meaningful. Through his ideas, he revived many ancient Indian educational values in the 21st century. And the main objectives of a study are to find the unique features of Tagore's philosophy of learning and its contribution to pedagogy, to analyze the current relevance of Tagore's philosophy of learning in 21st century, and to suggest ways to further integrate Tagore's philosophy into the Indian modern education system. The paper that we have prepared also employed qualitative methodology relying on primary and secondary sources, including major Government of India documents, books, and peer-reviewed journals. Now my co-presenter Jabin will take the presentation forward.
Due to the paucity of time, I'll just keep it as short as possible. These are the main learning philosophies of Tagore, which includes naturalism, idealism, humanism, and internationalism. And he's a person who has advocated for free thinking, active communication, and a blend between man and nature. And these are the characteristics and features which are lacking in today's education system to a large extent, which we have to acknowledge. And he's a person who has advocated for holistic education, and his view of education does not view education just as for cognitive development, but rather for developing an individual's developing an individual physically, intellectually, and emotionally. And according to his view, the aims of education are self-realization, humanity, freedom of thought and speech, moral, spiritual, and social development. These are his aims of education according to him. And according to him, a curriculum should be creative. A curriculum should actually foster and promote creativity, imagination, and morality in students. And Shantiniketan stands as an embodiment of all the principles of his philosophies. But the state of Shantiniketan today is again a topic of research which I don't want to delve into. And coming into Tagore's, yes, just a minute, ma'am. Just a minute. Yes, ma'am. So talking about the uniqueness of Tagore's philosophy is that he has emphasized more on natural education, and these are the key points. And he has emphasized on nature-centered and culture-centered education, and he has widely spoken on the close relation between nature, spirit, and self. And he says that life in nature is a means for natural progress for all students. And even studies shows that there is a strong correlation between natural education and pro-environmental behavior among students. So these are the main principles of NEP. Why I just want to take the principles of NEP is that to a large extent the principles of NEP actually resembles what actually Tagore is trying to say. But one of the aspects in which actually NEP has diverted itself is that it has not actually focused on natural education. It has principles like critical thinking, creativity, multidisciplinary approach, so on and so on. But I think based on the research that I have done over the course of time, I have come to understand that natural education has become one of the most sidelined part of NEP. But whereas natural education is one of the main focus of Tagore's area, Tagore's learning philosophies. So focus on natural education and emphasis on environment is missing in the NEP 2020, which is one of the most important educational reforms in India since 1986. So coming on to the current relevance of Tagore's learning philosophies, just to give you some numbers, just to make this relevant, I'll just keep it as short as possible.
Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Jackson, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Wind up.
Yes, ma'am. The year 2024 was the warmest on record, and the decade between 2014 to 2025 was the warmest decade in almost 175 years. This shows that the state of nature in India is just getting worse. So there is a urgent need for the education system to integrate nature with the students to ensure that students develop that empathy and responsibility towards the nature, and that is what Tagore's natural education is actually emphasizing on. And moving to the applicability, it starts with emphasizing nature at every stage of learning and giving more importance to environmental studies. With all due respect, I just want to raise a small question to all the students and respectable teachers here. What kind of approach do we really have towards environmental studies in our classrooms? Because we see it as a part of curriculum which we just ignore, or a part of curriculum which is even looked at as an easy way to score marks. So we have to change the attitudes, and we have to promote interaction between the students and nature. And on the concluding part, nature-based education stands as one of the important features of Tagore's learning philosophies. And I think NEP is progressive, but still its full applicability remains. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now you can
Yes, thank you.
stop. Can you tell me that whether it is practical to impart all this type of education in
So
the
actually,
present
yes.
situation?
So actually, applying the natural education which Tagore has actually emphasized is not possible, sir. But applying it to some extent is possible, sir. For example, there is a large disconnect between nature or the environmental studies in classroom and what the students have an understanding on environment, sir. Because as a student, I don't think that enough emphasis is given to environmental studies from the early stages.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jabin Jackson Singh and Ms. Janani from Shri Mookambika College.
Next presenter, you have 3 minutes. So first is objective, second is your work done, and conclusion. These are the 3 important points you have to state.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, we invite Ms. Mahasakti Gomati from University of Madras.
Good afternoon to all.
directly go to the title. Yoga is a holistic approach towards the IKS from ancient to modern practices. First, the introduction. The yoga in ancient India, the rich and cultural perspective. The yoga words comes from the yuj, the Sanskrit word of yuj. The yuj means to join or unity or yoga. Next, the yuj word comes from the Sanskrit text Rig Veda. The Rig Veda is the first Veda. The Veda means knowledge. Next, the yoga is the body and mind and emotion in energy. First, the four broad level is body, mind, emotion, energy. First is the body. Body means karma yoga, the action yoga. Next, mind. Mind is the bhakti yoga, is devotional. Emotion is the yajna yoga. Next, energy is the kriya yoga. Kriya yoga means powerful. Next slide. Ancient root of yoga. First, the ancient root is yoga is the Indus-Saraswati Valley civilization. According to the archaeology findings, the fossil of Protos Shiva find in the Indus-Saraswati Valley civilization, and Lord Shiva is the poses like yoga, modern yoga poses, and Pasupati seal figure find in the Harappa. So the Pasupati means Shiva Vaganas. So these like poses are like yoga poses. Next, the Vedic and post-Vedic period. Veda means knowledge also. The four Vedas, Rig, Yajur, Sama, Atharvana. The Rig Veda spoke about spirituals, mantras, songs. The Atharvana Veda spoke about yogas like breathing control, breathing exercise. Next, Upanishads period, the post-Vedic Vedic period. Totally 108 document Upanishads, 20 documents about yoga Upanishads. These Upanishads spoke about breathing exercise, pranayama, like mind controlling exercise, like that. Next, Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita speak about karma yogana and yajna yosna and devotional yoga. Next, classical and post-classical period. The limelight period of yoga is classical and post-classical period. First, Lord Buddha, the first Buddhist, practiced the yoga and spread the yoga knowledge in world. Next, Jainism, Mahavir practiced the yoga and spread the yoga meditation and breathing control exercise. Next, the father of yoga, Maharishi Patanjali, spoke about the Yoga Sutras. This Yoga Sutra called Raja Yoga. Next, the post-classical period, Adi Shankaracharya spoke about the meditation and yoga poses. Next, early modern period, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa first called the meditation about yoga and spread the world. Next, important one is Swami Vivekananda. After the death of 1886, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Swami Vivekananda traveled to US and connected to the intellectual peoples and speak in Chicago Parliament, speak about Yoga Sutras and Raja Yoga. Swami Vivekananda written Raja Yoga book in July 1896. Next, modern period. The father of modern yoga, K. Krishnamacharya. Next, the student BKS Iyengar. In the modern period, yoga was the United Nations declared 21 June 2014. 21 June is the International Yoga Day. This addressing proposed by our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, in 16th session of UN General Assembly, He said, our Prime Minister said, the yoga is valuable gift of India, ancient tradition, the unity of mind and body.
Please try.
11 is
Conclude. Kindly conclude. Please conclude.
and 2025, the theme, 11th International Yoga theme of One Earth and One Health. Next, benefit of yoga.
No, please conclude.
Yoga is a holistic mind, the body, and as integrating the first, I mentioned the Veda is knowledge. So the Indian knowledge system, yoga is main thing. Viksit Bharat means developed nation. So we want the mind and body both is developing the nation. Thank you.
So actually you spend most of the time telling what is yoga. Actually your theme was how it is integrated, isn't it? So that you should have stressed more. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Please bring the mic. Thank you, Ms. Mahashakti Gomati. Next, we invite Mr. Horst Carries, scholar, Madras Christian College, also a faculty of our college, Guru Nanak College. Sir, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to present a part of my study, which is about the transformation of counseling from traditional practices to the digital form that is being transformed today, actually. Next slide. So my main focus will be on how the hybrid model is taking up globally, and as well as its implication at present, actually. Next slide. Okay. So hybrid counseling model is integrating about face-to-face as well as taking digital forms. Next slide, please. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. So I have picked up certain studies, and some of them are systematic reviews, and some of them are guidelines, and some of them are empirical studies. So I have used them for synthesis. So the evolution of counseling modalities have changed during the COVID time. Okay, so previously, before COVID, the emphasis was about telehealth feasibility, and post 2020, the research highlights on sustained integration. So there are few review of hybrid models. So the focus were on outcome in person care for anxiety, and in another study it was about synchronous videos and asynchronous apps which were helping in counseling. Okay. To name a few, two modes of AA counseling, AA tools for reflective meditation and emotional analytics, which is actually picking up today, and the most important, some of the other platforms are chatbots, journaling is picking up today, and of course there are apps for AA counseling as well. And another one is the virtual reality exposure therapy, which is called as the VRET. So what are the ethical challenges? Okay, the core issues include confidentiality, consent is a concern, competence and boundaries. There are certain limitations for it, and of course the client point of view, there can be a problem of having rapport as well. So in few studies conducted by American Psychological Association, so 20% of the telehealth users report concerns about digital breach, as well as most important thing that is concerning in hacking is Informed consent must be in detail risk like hacking. Okay. Some of the ethical frameworks that American Psychological Association they bring forth is emphasize on beneficiaries and tech competencies. And American Council of Counseling Association also say that prioritizes multicultural equity in telehealth. And the British Association of Counseling and Psychotherapy stresses on relational integrity in hybrids. Okay. Some of the key findings are hybrid models, when ethically governed, enhance rapport. And there are other challenges. According to few research center, 40% non-users.
Could you please sum up?
Yes, ma'am. It's last slide, ma'am. Non-users lack broadband, and AA over-reliance has a risk of depersonalization. And the overall, the recommendation is develop global e-counseling protocols is a priority, and we need to prioritize interdisciplinary research on big data analytics. And in future, longitudinal design studies can be focused on clinical and ethical practices for the underserved populations. Thank you.
Okay. Your study is based on the review work. You have not done any.
It's based on synthesis review. Yes.
Achha, okay.
Systematic.
Thank you. Very good.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Horscaris. Thank you for your presentation. Next, we invite Dr. K. Shanti from Guru Nanak College. She'll be dealing on exploring spiritual well-being in social workers through the lens of Indian knowledge system, a pathway in Viksit Bharat 2047. Madam, please.
Good morning, all. Okay, so I'll go quickly about the background of the study. So we know that spiritual well-being is a crucial aspect of holistic development as it helps individuals find meaning, purpose, and inner strength, thereby enhancing resilience and moral commitment. And in the profession of social work, the practitioners always face emotional strain, workplace stress, and ethical dilemmas. And the limited thing is they are not taking care of themselves. That is the main issue. And the study determines the levels of spiritual well-being, resilience, workplace stress among social work professionals, examining the interconnectedness between the dimensions. And the objective of the study, to assess the level of spiritual well-being among social work professions, to analyze the relationship between spiritual well-being, resilience, and workplace stress, to understand the relevance of Indian knowledge system in strengthening social work practice. So it is a descriptive research design, and 88 social work professions were studied. So 88 social work professions were taken for the study, and the standardized tools were spiritual well-being scale, brief resilience scale, and workplace stress scale. And average age of the respondents is 26 years, and work experience is 3 years. From 0 to 26 years were the range of experience. The 3 is average, and male contributes 54% and female 45%. And work settings such as education, government, health, manufacturing, NGO, CSR, and service sectors, these were the respondents. And the spiritual level of social work professions shows that 54% have low existential well-being, and 57% have high religious well-being, and 51% have low spiritual well-being. So the correlation matrix, so the hypothesis states that there is no significant relationship between spiritual well-being, resilience, and workplace stress among the social work professions. And the statistics shows that the higher the existential well-being, the lower the workplace stress, and higher the resilience. That is the thing. So in the interpretation, it is the findings was connected with the Arrogod 2023. He says that there is a strong positive relationship between spiritual well-being and resilience, And Pong in 2025, he found a significant negative relationship between spiritual well-being and burnout among teachers. And Ahmed Shah et al., he says that workplace spirituality positively influence employee well-being, job satisfaction, and organizational commitment. But in India, the studies are very few related to spiritual well-being. And the conclusion, spiritual well-being is very vital for social workers, and the ancient wisdom enhances modern resilience and stress management. So it connects with our national development. So integrating Indian knowledge system into social work education and practice strengthens both individual well-being and national well-being. Thank you.
So yours was a mixed group.
So?
Mixed group. Group was mixed, means from various...
So it's all social work professions, working in different sectors. So everyone completed the MSW or PhD. So all are social work backgrounds staff.
Okay.
Not staff, working persons.
But why percentage for religious well-being is less?
So this is a basic study. So the sub-dimensions of the spiritual well-being is they have given us existential well-being and religious well-being. But when we compare to the total spiritual well-being, it is high. So when it comes to existential, it was low, and religious, it is little higher. But not much. It is mostly same only, sir. Only very little part is, percentage is higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shanti. Next, we invite Ms. Kartika Devi and Ms. Meenakshi from Guru Nanak College to deal on from Asian governance to modern democracy, learning through Indian political philosophy. Who is your co-presenter?
Miss Meenakshi.
You are Meenakshi?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I am Kartika Devi.
You are Kartika Devi, and Ms. Meenakshi has not come? Yeah, please come. Your time starts.
Good morning to all. Direct to the title, From Ancient Governance to Modern Democracy, Learning from Indian Political Philosophy. Introductions. What does mean governance? Governance is a bureaucratic interaction between the state and of all. All means the civil societies, peoples, and all of the bureaucrats. Democracy. So from learning through Indian political philosophy, in Western theories, there is absolute rule, but in Indian political theory, the power is not abused to the ruler, but to the dharma. Dharma means the law and order. In political context, there are lot of dharma, like Astasastra from Chanakya, and Kautalya Sastra and Chanakyas, and Rajadharma and Yogashma, like lot of there in that. And objectives of this theory is to conclude what are the ancient texts to be relevant to the contemporary democratic system, like Mahamastra, the great election. It's embodied from the Mahamastra theory, and the Dhanadanda, accountability of the ruler, and Panchayati Raj, Gram Sabha, and Article 17, untouchability, Antodaya, and directive principles of state policy from Yogchana. These are the objectives of this paper. From ancient governance systems. Democracy is not modern import to India. It is an ancient text to the India. In ancient India, utilized participatory governments through Ganashanga, Sabha and Samiti, and the king as the Dhanatranda. Ganashanga means ancient republican state used deliberation and conscience, and Sabha and Samiti means council of elders. Sabha means council of elders. Look like Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha in contemporary relevance. From Indian political philosophers, like ancient Kautalya, for well known for strategics, and medieval Ramanuja for dharma, and contemporary Dr. B.R. Ambedkar for social justice and equality, who ensures the reservations from the ancient idea of Antyodaya, a welfare of the minorities. The transition from Indian political philosophy to modern democracy. How it stands out from from Arthashastra to Viksit Bharat of 2047. It ensures lots of including Panchayati Raj from, for example, Panchayati Raj Article 40 and the amendment of 73rd and 74th Amendment, which ensures from the ancient text of Arthashastra of Gram Sabha and Ambedkar's Buddhist ideas, which ensure in our constitutions in reservation ideas and democratic ideas and lot of us.
Please sum up.
And conclusion. And to conclude this paper with roadmap for Viksit Bharat, not using our youth as a bridge to apply ancient wisdom to modern technology in AI and artificial intelligence and analytical logicals. To supremacy of Dharma becomes supremacy of constitution. When in ancient context we have the supremacy of Dharma, not the ruler. Dharma, the law and order, is the supremacy. In contemporary relevance, we have that constitution is the supreme. So we travel from the supremacy of Dharma to the supremacy of constitution. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Do you think that this dharma has not been included in our democratic policy?
Yes,
that
it is.
aspect means not directly, but some of its features.
Yes, inherently it is included in our constitution.
Principle of social justice is already there, no?
Directive principles of state policy, accountability of member of parliaments and state legislatives. These are the integral inclusion of dharma.
So what is that it remain to be included? Any point which has been missed out? What would you suggest?
I suggest Indian constitution has that role of prime minister and then presidents as their, it's an account. Dharma means that the ruler is not absolute, the law is absolute. Our constitution is inherently that based on the idea of rule of law. The rule of law in an ancient context they mention as the dharma.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Meenakshi, Ms. Meenakshi, would you like to say something? Since you are the co-presenter.
Through directive principles of state policy and fundamental rights, the dharma was ensured, ma'am.
Okay.
Because she is second year of BA Political Science, ma'am. So I just guide the student.
Appreciate. We give
yes,
her
ma'am.
Round of applause.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Kartika Devi. Well done. Thank you, Ms. Kartika Devi and Ms. Meenakshi. Next, we invite Ms. Jasmine Bernard from Guru Nanak College. She will be dealing on folk arts as living repositories of the Indian knowledge system. Welcome, madam.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. This presentation explores how folk arts function not merely as a cultural performance, but as living system of indigenous knowledge deeply rooted in community life. I'll just straight away go to the objectives. The main objectives are, I have two objectives. The first objective is to examine the importance of folk arts in preserving cultural and social knowledge system in contemporary Indian society. The second objective is to explore how folk arts is integrated into Indian knowledge system. Next is methodology. The study adopted a qualitative research design. Data was collected through focus group discussions conducted with postgraduate students who had undergone training in folk arts. A semi-structured focus group discussion tool was given, and the data was collected, was analyzed through analyzed thematically. So the first, there are a few themes, like we have identified 6 themes, and I'll be just elaborating on only 3 of them. The first theme is folk arts as a living archives of cultural memory. From the discussion, several themes emerged, including folk arts as a repository of cultural knowledge, tools for social learning, instruments for community cohesion, and carries of ethical and philosophical values. One of the respondent who expressed that before the folk arts training, we saw these performances only as an entertainment and cultural performances, but after the training, we understood that folk arts carry a deep cultural knowledge, social values, and traditional wisdom. So the second theme is about folk arts as an instrument of social learning. So one of the participants expressed that street play and folk arts performances teach social responsibility, justice, and respect to, in a way people easily understand and remember. So next, theme 3 focuses on folk arts as a catalyst for community cohesion. So one of the respondent said that when folk arts are performed, the whole village participates. There is no separate between the performer and the audience. It creates unity and belongingness. So, and my key findings are, the findings are supported by the participants' experiences, verbatim accounts, and which indicates that the folk arts transmit social values, ethical understanding, and collective knowledge through performances-based tradition. And these are some of the photos which I've attached of MSW students who have given the training, and they go to the field and they perform the folk arts with the community people. Thank you, sir.
Which folk art do you perform?
Sorry, sir? Which folk art do you perform? Actually, we have conducted training, folk arts for street play, puppetry.
No. Sir's question is, which folk art do you perform?
I personally, sir? Yeah, I have also undergone training in street play, puppetry, and karagatam, oilatam, everything.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you,
Jasmine
ma'am.
Bernard.
Thank you all.
Next, we invite Ms. Monica Ovi from Guru Nanak College. She will be presenting on Learning by Living, Rural Camp as an Indigenous Pedagogical Model of Education.
Good afternoon, everyone. This presentation is based on a qualitative study that explores how rural camp experiences functions not merely as field exposure, but as an indigenous pedagogical model of education. So here what I have done is I have done an qualitative study where rural camp, I have connected that with HPAO framework. So to understand its role in education for sustainable development. So I have taken 2 objectives. First one is to explore rural camp as an indigenous pedagogical model of holistic experiential learning. And the second one is to interpret students' rural camp learning experience through holistic, pluralistic, action-oriented framework in relation to education to sustainable development. This is my methodology. I have used the phenomenological study because these are the lived experience of the students. Data collection was made through semi-structured reflective interview guides. Then my sampling techniques was purposive because I selected the students who were able to articulate and reflect on the experiences that they got. My data analysis was thematic, and I made the open coding. So let's see what is HPAO framework first. It is a holistic, pluralistic, action-oriented framework. Holistic where engages the learner as a whole person, cognitively, emotionally, socially, and ethically. Pluralistic means recognizes multiple perspectives, social realities, contextual way of knowing. Action-oriented is emphasis learning through participation, practice, responsibility, and real-life engagement. So this is the conceptual framework that I brought. So my findings through the thematic analysis, 4 major themes came out of it. So here I've added a few verbatims that was very interesting when learning about it. So if you had taught the same scheme in the class, I would have not learned. That was the exact word she said. Another thing is that the first day she was very nervous for before performing something. But last day she mentioned, so it was, I felt like performing in front of my people. So that was the change in just 5 days of performing or an inclusive learning. So I have mapped it with HPO. Sorry, the slide is messed up. My holistic learning directly correlates with themes 1 and 4, and pluralistic learning with theme 2, and action-oriented learning with the themes 3 and 4. So this is what I am proposing as a model, and it actually goes with the framework as well for an education for an sustainable development. So this would be this would be an applicable pedagogy, teaching pedagogy. Thank you.
This rural camp is a very recent concept after the establishment of the colleges, isn't it?
Sir?
So how do you relate it to IKS?
How do I relate it to you in any teaching methodology that involves a person as a whole, holistically, emotionally, personally, and also professionally. So it has always been a part of Indian teaching methodologies. We had Gurukula systems, we have universities which were mostly residential. It means an intimate relationship, professional relationship between the educator and the student. So it has always been an holistic development, and Belgium is now taking up this model to increase their literacy, though their literacy rate is 99%. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Monica. Next, we invite Mr. Akhilesh Kumar, who will present on indigenous ecological wisdom of fishermen, a conceptual exploration within IKS. Ms. Madhumita, please be ready. You'll be the next presenter. Yes, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am Akhilesh. Today I am presenting research paper titled on Indigenous Ecological Wisdom of Fishermen, a conceptual exploration within IKS. In introduction, Indian fishermen communities have developed a strong ecological knowledge over generations through close interaction within the sea. They understand fish behavior, breeding seasons, tides, monsoon winds, lunar cycles, and ocean current. In objectives, to propose of the conceptual paper is to explain fishermen ecological knowledge within the framework of IKS. It integrates the Indian literature on traditional fisheries knowledge and sustainability. It also proposes a conceptual link between fishermen, environment wisdom, and IKS. In reviews, research by Shyam, accurate understanding of tides, lunar cycles, and fish behavior guiding sustainability.
Please skip review.
Okay.
Go to objectives.
Okay.
What are your objectives? Yeah.
This.
Already gone through, yes.
Conceptual framework model. The conceptual framework model shows how fishermen's environmental knowledge forms the base. This knowledge is expressed through cultural practice, ethical norms, and social practices. This leads to sustainable outcomes such as seasonal fishing limit, species selections, and marine conservation. All these are embedded with IKS, which integrates ecologic, ethics, and community governance. In findings, the findings shows that fishermen traditional knowledge aligns strongly with modern sustainability principle. Then IKS trends conservation through values and ethics rather than enforcement. Fishermen should be recognized not just as a resource user, but as custodian of the marine ecosystem. In conclusion, The ecological wisdom of Indian fishermen is a living form of Indian knowledge system. Recognizing that integrating this knowledge can strengthen climate resilience, fisheries policies, and sustainable development. At last, indigenous wisdom is essential for protecting marine ecosystem in the modern world. Thank you.
How many communities of fishermen did you communicate?
So, sorry, sir.
How many communities of fishermen did you communicate or interacted?
So I'm doing conceptual paper, so I am reading some reviews.
It is
and
in
I
the review.
expert- Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right.
So now I'm going for fieldwork at Kovalam. So I'm talking with fishermen. Yes.
So you already got the experience, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Fishermen, you already interacted with them.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Shall we send him? Shall we send him also?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Akhilesh.
Thank you, ma'am.
Best wishes.
Thank you.
Next, we invite Ms. Madhumita from Guru Nanak College, followed by Ms. Srinidhi and Ms. Narasimha Priya. Please be ready. After Madhumita, please come forward. Yes, Madhumita, please start.
So good morning to one and all present here. My topic is on religious scriptures and their contribution to the Indian knowledge system. So let me introduce my topic. India has a long tradition over evolving. The role of religious scriptures play the important role in shaping the education system in India. So knowledges and values are integrating together. It promotes the sustainability and commitment. It is a holistic development of the individual, discipline, moral, and as well as societies and nurturing. So objectives of my studies are to investigate how the religious scriptures influencing the how the shaping the individual's discipline and moral duty, and how it effectively affecting the teaching methods. To examine the way that how the religious scriptures supported the knowledge, including philosophy, ethics, and also the education, medicine, and others, some interdisciplinary approach. Incorporate religious scriptures with the modern higher education is the objective of the study. So those are some review of literature. Tanmay Mehta says that the religious scriptures plays an important role in integrating the multiple multidisciplinary.
Kindly skip review of literature, okay?
So these are the key findings of my study. Religious text provides a foundation for the holistic development and integrating the various multidisciplinary approach. It includes the ethics, moral, science, education, and medicine, and all. Ideas from ancient religious texts provides the basic foundation for the current modern science. It provides the sustainable solution for the mental wellness, environmental sustainability, and the leadership. So combining a scriptures knowledge into the modern science is the ultimate goal of. Suggestions are integrating the religious scripture into the academics from the universities and schools will improve the more knowledge among the students, and also it improvising the individual discipline, and it promotes the social equity and the discipline more well. So I would like to conclude with the IKS were formed through the intellectual resource provided by the religious scriptures. So we don't only see the religious scriptures as currently strict with religion, but also we overlook it as the medicine, ethical, and the various foundation of knowledge. So utilizing the religious scriptures into the many form, it will give the more sustainable solution to the current global problem. So religious scriptures as plays a pivotal role, so use it as wisely to get a modern day solution and promoting the inclusive growth and sustainability. Thank you for the opportunity.
Which religious script you have read?
Sir?
Any religious script? Have you read any religious script?
Sir, likewise Veda, Mahabharata, Ramayana.
Yeah. Have you read?
Sir, I read slightly between the Veda, Mahabharata. It shows how leaderships and ethical and how the moral behavior has to be taught from the curriculum. So
So like that, sir.
Did you read the primary source, the
Sir.
major text?
Slightly I read it from the reviews.
Yes. You should have read at least one and then verified whatever you have been proposing.
Next time I will do it.
Compare.
Thank you.
Good, very good.
Good attempt.
Thank you, thank you.
That's nice, Ms. Madhumita. We now invite Ms. Sriniti and Ms. Narasimha Priya. They'll be dealing on mindfulness meditation in social work practice, a therapeutic technique rooted in the Indian knowledge system.
Good morning, one and all present here. I am Sriniti, currently pursuing Master of Social Work at Guru Nanak College. My topic is mindfulness meditation in social work practice, a therapeutic technique rooted in a Indian knowledge system. This poster explores now mindfulness meditation can be used as a therapeutic intervention in a psychiatric social work, while also highlighting its deep root in Indian knowledge system. The objective of a study to know the effectiveness of a mindfulness meditation among a psychiatric patient. Methodology. This study adopts a qualitative phenomenological research approach. On understanding the lived experience of an individual, it aimed to explore how people feel, presence, and experience a particular phenomenon in everyday life. Psychiatric patients participated in a group therapy setting. A data were collected through participants. I'm handing to Narasimha Priya.
Group therapy. Mindfulness meditation was practiced repeatedly during group sessions. Repetition.
Please. Or you want a hand mic?
No. Mindfulness meditation was practiced repeatedly during group sessions. Repetition helped participants gradually improve their mental focus, emotional awareness, and self-regulation. The group therapy sessions has been conducted at Revamp Hospital with the psychiatric patients during my fieldwork at the hospital. Intervention. A 6-member group mindfulness meditation program was conducted in a calm and quiet environment. Guide mindfulness practices such as breathing awareness, body scan were used. Outcome. The outcomes of the intervention showed enhanced calmness, increased emotional awareness, reduced stress and anxiety, improved focus and better emotional expression and the participation. With that, I am concluding to
Conclusion. To conclude, mindfulness meditation is currently culturally rooted cost effectiveness, a therapeutical valuable intervention in a social work practice. Integrating Indian knowledge system based mindfulness technique with a modern psychiatric social work can significantly enhance mental well-being, emotional regulation of group support. Thank you.
What is mindfulness?
A mindfulness will be like calming down ourselves and mentally.
But is there meditation without mindfulness?
Yeah, it's connected with interconnected with mindfulness and meditation.
Okay, thank you, very good.
Thank you.
Well tried, Ms. Sriniti and Narasimha Priya. Thank you so much. Next, we invite Ms. Rishika from Guru Nanak College on yoga, mindfulness, and neuroscience, bringing ancient practice with modern psychology, followed by Ms. Kirtika and Ms. Sajita. Please be ready. Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I am Rishika, currently pursuing Master of Social Work at Guru Nanak College. So my topic is yoga, mindfulness, neuroscience, and bringing ancient practice with modern psychology. So starting with introduction. So in today's world, most of them facing stress, anxiety, and various mental health disorders. And according to WHO report, the recent study stated that over 1 billion of people in a society were faced lot of mental health issues. And modern psychology offers treatment where yoga and mindfulness offers a holistic and integrated approach, where it is rooted in Indian philosophies, and it is also serves as a whole mind and body integration. So I have added two objectives. So the first objective is to examine neuroscientific evidence that support mental health practices and to explore the role in improving mental health and to understand the attention, emotional regulation and cognitive functioning. So the methodology I used here is, this is a conceptual paper and it is critically analyzed from the existing literature. So the review of secondary resources of books, journals and clinical studies were undertaken and no primary data collection were involved. And it is analysis focused on psychological outcomes and neurobiological changes. A review of literature. So in review of literature, I have studied about the two studies. One is Davidson studies from 2003 and Posner study from 2015. In Davidson studies, I have stated that the increase in left prefrontal cortex have regulated with positive emotions, and also he also stated mindfulness and meditation influence emotional processing and immune functioning. In Posner studies, he stated that meditation and mindfulness improve attention, emotion and self-regulation. And also he highlighted about the short-term and long-term meditation that brings a positive changes in brain networks. So moving to findings. In findings, it is clearly mentioned that the positive yoga and mindfulness have positively psychological well-being. So it is related with more positive psychological well-being and negative to depression and anxiety. So another scientific research stated that increased gray matter density in brain regions related to memory and attention and also improved our cognitive and emotional functioning. Concluding with, yoga and mindfulness successfully bridge ancient wisdom and modern practices, and the future research should explore more clinical application and neurological mechanism. Thank you.
Do you know any technique which is used for neuronal analysis or
Pardon, sir?
assessment? Any technique related to neuroscience which is used for assessment?
So I have read about the cognitive behavior therapy, sir.
So how would you integrate these two?
In
Yoga and neuroscience. There should be some link, no?
In cognitive behavior therapy, we can related with neuroscience, where we can thinking and major function will take place in cognitive behavior therapy.
Have you heard electroencephalogram word? EEG? No, okay.
I have read about
thank
it.
You. Okay,
Oh,
okay.
thank you, sir.
Good, well tried, Ms. Rishika. Next, we invite Ms. Kirtika from Guru Nanak College. She will be presenting on Silambam as an Indian knowledge system, cultural heritage, health benefits, and its role in Viksit Bharat 2047. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kirtika. I'm pursuing MSW. Today, I'm going to present my paper on Silambam as a part of Indian knowledge system. Introduction. Silambam is an Asian Tamil martial art from South India. It is mainly focused on self-defense using bamboo staff known as Silambam stick. Historically, Silambam is played by kings and soldiers. Today, it is both a sports and a cultural tradition. Objective. It is to understand the importance of Silambam in Indian knowledge system. Second, to highlight its role in cultural presentation and empowerment. Methodology. Today, the tool I used here is autoethnographic. Findings. The finding of this study show the regular practice of Silambam improves physical strength, flexibility, and stamina. It also strengthens awareness of traditional knowledge and cultural values. Outcomes. The outcome of study indicate Silambam help in preserving indigenous marital traditions. It strengthened the value of Indian knowledge system in modern society. So this is the picture of Silambam. There is not only a stick, we done through a lot, like Surulwal, Velkambu, Mankambu, like that. Conclusion, Silambam is not merely a martial art, but a living tradition within Indian knowledge system. In recent years, Silambam has expanded in regional practice and gained recognition at international level with training center. Silambam is practiced in many countries. Thank you.
Silambam, you just means martial art doesn't use any weapons or kind of thing. So
Sorry, sir.
you have shown the various weapons. Are they used in Silambam?
Yes, sir. I do Silambam, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
How are you connected with Silambam?
I'm doing Silambam from 5th standard.
Okay.
Now I'm an international player.
Great.
So I know about
Give a
Silambam.
big round of applause to the international trainer.
Thank you, everyone.
Good.
Thank you.
Keep it up. Yes, and sir, our college is very much particular about showcasing their Silambam talents. And thank you so much, Papa. Please
Thank
do
you, ma'am.
more. Thank you. So, that is Kirtika Silambam. Next, we invite Ms. Shajita from Guru Nanak College on traditional knowledge and modern science, bridging the gap for sustainable development. Mr. C. Mahendran, please be ready. Ms. Maithili, Ms. Sarah Boban, all of you please be ready. Yes, over to you, Ms. Shajita.
Good morning, respected dignitaries and participants. I am Ms. Y. Shajita from the PG Department of Social Work, Guru Nanak College. Today I would be presenting the paper titled Traditional Knowledge and Modern Science, Bridging the Gap for Sustainable Development. So when it comes to introduction, traditional knowledge is basically the knowledge a community have followed from generation to generation. It had already supported sustainability, especially in areas like biodiversity and healthcare. When we combine this with modern science, these practices come more effective and more easier for today's developmental needs. So now the objective is the main two objective and the aim of this is the main aim of this paper is to understand traditional knowledge, the role of modern science, and how integrating both opponent sustainable doubts. And the methodology is, the paper is based on secondary data from the research study, and it reports journals, and it follows a descriptive literature based on approach. So this is fully I have taken from the research study and the secondary data. And my findings is, the findings show that traditional knowledge is always the relevant when it combined with modern science. When and all we are combining this with modern science, it becomes more easier than we can be practiced through the future generation according to the sustainable development. And if I would connect this with Thiruvalluvar, there is a Thirukural, வானின்று உலகம் வழங்கி வருதலால் தானின்று வானம் செயல். In this, Thiruvalluvar says that he had highlighted the importance of nature and environmental balance through this Thirukural. We can able to understand how important the nature had been registered here. And I would like to conclude this with bridging traditional knowledge with modern science is essential for achieving long-term sustainable development. And the references for this paper I have taken is the books and reports by Berks, the World Health Organization, and UNESCO. Thank you, ma'am.
Good, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sajita, it was well presented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to Mr. C. Mahendran from University of Madras. He'll be presenting on a role of a social institution in encouraging physical activities among rural school students. Over to you, Mr. Mahendran.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon to one and all. First of all, I am Mahendran, research scholar from Tamil Nadu Physical Education and Sports University. Directly go to the topic. Role of the social institutions in the encouraging physical activities among the rural school students. Introduction, physical activities, rural school students, family supports and the community supports. Statement of the problem. The purpose of the study was examine of the role of social instructions of the promoting physical activities among the rural school students. Delimitation. The present study researching only for students Changalpur district rural area schools. The age of the subject selected for the study was between 12 to 17 years. The study was released the collectors of the self-respond the questionnaires. Limitation. The anchorages characteristics of subject heredity will be not be considered. The factor of the peer influence of the media explore include the motivation was not be considered. Methodology. This cross-selection survey for minimum 1,000 students for the 10 rural schools from Changalpur district, Tamil Nadu. For each select the under student between 12 to 17 years, we are choosing the sample random the sampling. The structure of the questionnaire including both of closed added the like scale item measure for the perceived support for the family, schools and the community was to use the collected data. The tool was developed based for the existing literature expert in food and valid was established through the context valid of the 3 experts for physical education and sociology. A plot for the test will be conducted 50 students to encourage clearly the reliability. Methodology. The questionnaire considered for the selection. Demography details age, gender, class, school. Family supports 40 likes the scale item. School support 4 likes the scale item. Community will 4 likes the scale item. General physical activities able to multiple choice questions. Data analysis. Describe the statistical include the frequency percentage were be used to summarize the students' response with the questionnaire related to the family, schools and community support. The analysis focused the identification level. Institutes involved in promoting physical activities. Result and discussions. Conclusions. The study highly that physical activities among the rural school students was significantly influenced by the tried social instruction, family, schools and community. The coordinated effort among the institutes to install the curriculum will be environment value of promotes physical well-being. Family, school are strongest privilege encourage will be physical activities. Community support exists will be need refinement, includes safety, faculty and social leadership engagement. Significant promoter will be students show good the physical activities habits through the interventions will be need inactive group. Recommendation.
Respected Chief Guest, Professor
Shanti Sri Dulipudi Pandit Ji, Vice Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. Guest of Honor, Professor N. Panchanadam, Vice Chancellor, Gandhigram Rural Institute, deemed to be university under the Ministry of Education, Gandhigram, Tamil Nadu. Dignitaries on the dais, special invitees, presenters, and participants from other institutions, dear colleagues and my dear students, Vanakkam and a very good evening to everyone present here. I welcome one and all gathered here for the valedictory of the two-day national conference on integrating Indian knowledge systems and innovation, Roadmap to Viksit Bharat 2047, organized by the Office of the Dean Academics and Intellectual Property Rights Cell. Let us begin this valedictory with Tamil Thai Varthu, followed by our college prayer rendered by our revered Ganiji.
கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே
देह शिवावर मोहे शुभ कर मनते कब हो ना टरूं देह शिवावर मोहे शुभ कर मनते कब हो ना टरूं न डरूं और स्यों जब जाए लरूं निश्चय करें अपनी जीत करो निश्चय करें अपनी जीत करो निश्चय करें अपनी जीत करो देह शिवावर मोहे शुभ कर मनते कब हो ना टरूं देह शिवावर मोहे शुभ कर मनते कब हो ना टरूं और सिख हो अपने ही मन को और सिख हो अपने ही मन को लालच हो गुण तो उचरो लालच हो गुण तो उचरो देह शिवावर मोहे शुभ कर मनते कब हो ना टरूं देह शिवावर मोहे शुभ कर मनते कब हो ना टरूं जब आपकी औध निदान बने जब आपकी औध निदान बने अतहिरण में तब जूझ मरो अतहिरण में तब जूझ मरो देह शिवावर मोहे शुभ कर मनते कब हो ना टरूं देह शिवावर मोहे शुभ कर मनते कब हो ना टरूं शुभ कर मनते कब हो ना टरूं शुभ कर मनते कब हो ना टरूं
I now invite Dr. P.V. Kumraguru, our Vice Principal, to deliver the welcome address. Sir, please.
It's my pleasure to welcome the gathering for the valedictory
session of a 2 days national conference on Indian knowledge system and innovation, organized by the Office of Dean Academics and IPR cell of our institution. First and foremost, I'd like to invite our chief guest, Professor Santi Sri Tulidi Pandit, Vice Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi. Our guest of honor, Professor P. Panchanathan, Vice Chancellor, Gandhigram University, Dindigul. I'd like to invite Professor Vidya Sagar, Mrs. Helen Kaur, and our General Secretary and Correspondent, Sardar Manjit Singh Nayar, Advisor, Dr. Malin Madam, Principal, Dr. R.M. Edilarasi, Dean Academics and Convener of the Conference, Dr. Swati Paliwal, Control Examination, Dr. Anita, and all the school deans, center deans, head of department and staff members, and participants from other institutions. It's my pleasure to welcome every one of you. I would like to welcome all the students. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let us move on to our felicitations. I request the dignitaries to come off the dais for felicitations. I request our Swati Paliwal ma'am to present the Angavastram, adorn her to our chief guest. I request Principal ma'am to present the bouquet. I request our Vice Principal sir to present her with a book. And I request our General Secretary and Correspondent sir to present the memento. I request our Principal ma'am to present a bouquet to our guest of honor, Professor Panchanathan sir. I request our Vice Principal sir to adorn him with a shawl, Angavastram. I request our Dean Academics, Swati Paliwal ma'am, to present the book to our guest of honor. I request our General Secretary sir to present him with the memento. Thank you, dignitaries. Yeah, I invite Dr. Mahendra Kumar, Coordinator of IPR Cell and Organizing Secretary, to present the report and share the highlights of this two-day event.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good evening, respected dignitaries on and off the dais, faculty members, participants from across the country, and student friends of GNC. I deem it an honor to present the report of the two-day National Conference on Integrating Indian Knowledge Systems and Innovation, Roadmap to Viksit Bharat 2047, organized by the Office of the Dean Academics and the Intellectual Property Rights Cell of our college on 22nd and 23rd January 2026. This national-level academic event was conceptualized with the objective of creating a comprehensive platform to deliberate on the integration of India's rich indigenous knowledge traditions with contemporary innovation, technology, entrepreneurship, and policy framework, and to foster meaningful dialogue on the integration of IKS with contemporary innovation to support the national vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. We have received and published a total of 234 abstracts in the ISBN listed Book of Abstracts. The conference is being conducted in hybrid mode. Witness the vibrant participation from 510 academicians, researchers, industrial professionals, policymakers, research scholars, and students from across the country. Over the course of 2 days, the conference featured keynote addresses, plenary sessions, invited talks rooted in centuries-old wisdom spanning science, medicine, governance, sustainability, philosophy, arts, culture, and Indian knowledge systems. The diversity of themes and perspectives reflected the true multidisciplinary nature of IKS and their contemporary relevance. The conference commenced on 22nd January 2026 with the participant registration from 9 a.m. followed by the inaugural session at 10 a.m. The ceremony began with the lighting of Kuttuvilakku, invoking the traditional wisdom, followed by Tamil Thai Vazhthu and the college prayer, setting a solemn and purposeful tone. Our college principal, Dr. R.M. Elarasi, delivered the welcome address, and the conference theme was introduced by the convener of the conference and Dean Academics, Dr. Swati Paliwal, who emphasized the relevance of integrating Indian knowledge systems and innovation in addressing modern societal, economic, and technological challenges to achieve the developed India by 2047. The session was enriched by felicitation to the guest, followed by the release of the conference book of abstracts. The guest of honor, Dr. J. Radhakrishnan IAS, Additional Chief Secretary to Government, Chairman and Managing Director, TNEB and TNPDCL, inspired the participants with a special address. He recalled his association with Guru Nanak College and greatly appreciated our respected General Secretary and Correspondent, sir, for his magnanimity and immediate response for any kind of civic assistance from the government. Sir also emphasized the importance of IKS innovation integration for achieving the self-reliant India by 2047. Another guest of honor, Professor Pandit B. Vidyasagar, former Vice-Chancellor Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded, Maharashtra, during his keynote address, stressed the significance of IKS in NEP 2020 implementation and the necessity of bridging our traditional knowledge and innovation to solve our present day-to-day problems and achieve the status of developed India. The inaugural address was given by our chief guest, Professor M. Krishnan, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Tamil Nadu, Thiruvarur. He motivated the participants with his inaugural address with his 4 mantra for achieving success, namely, number 1, think beyond curriculum for solving real-time challenges. Number 2, networking and collaboration with peers and others. Number 3, be humane. And 4, ensure the solution reaches the last human of the society. After the inaugural session, the technical session 1 was on Indian knowledge systems and intellectual property rights, was handled by Dr. D.K. Hari and Dr. D.K. Hema Hari, founders Bharat Gyan, strengthened the academic discourse, offering deep insights into the role of IKS and intellectual property in the nation's growth. During the technical sessions 2 to 4, of 6 well-structured technical tracks, namely sciences, commerce and management, law, engineering and technology, social sciences and languages, multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary. 75 selected presenters presented their work. The sessions witnessed enthusiastic participation, critical discussions, and scholarly exchange, reflecting the multidisciplinary nature of the conference and growing academic interest in integrating traditional knowledge with the modern innovation. Today, we are in the valedictory session of the conference, graced by distinguished dignitaries. We are awaiting to listen to the special address from our respected General Secretary and Correspondent, sir. Special address by our guest of honor, Professor Panjanadam, Vice Chancellor, Gandhigram Rural Institute, deemed to be university under the Ministry of Education, Government of India, and the valedictory address by our chief guest, Professor Santishri Dulpudi Pandit, Vice Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. The best presenters will be given the certificates of merit. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir, for the brief report. I invite and I request our General Secretary and Correspondent, Mr. Manjit Singh Nair, sir, to address the gathering on this special occasion. Sir, please.
Good evening, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais. Today unfolds from yesterday, the contemporary in the echo of history, and the present blooms from the seeds of the past. Modern emerges from the ancient, and the ancient endures in the modern. The Indian knowledge system has led the world for centuries and stands apart for its rich treasures, enduring humanity, and diverse and vast wisdom. This has often been acknowledged with great respect and gratitude by the great minds across the world. To quote from Albert Einstein, we owe a lot to India and the Indians who taught us how to count, without which no worthwhile scientific discovery could have been made. And from the Mark Twain, India is the cradle of human race and the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, the grandmother of legends, and the great-grandmother of all the world traditions. Though colonial exploration modernized the world, including India, we lost the inner connect with our own traditions, legacy, and cultural memory. Modernism, rather than originally evolving from our own roots, came as an intrusion, a sudden colonial jolt, and an imposition of history. In this scenario, rebuilding India with ancient and indigenous wisdom through mission Viksit Bharat 2047, integrating Indian knowledge system and innovation, is a comprehensive exploration of how our traditional treasures and knowledge systems can reshape and transform the world in the Oriental light. We believe this two-day national conference has ignited a spark and served as a beginning and yet meaningful step forward in this unique and ambitious vision of Government of India. Our knowledge system possesses great treasures to offer to the modern world, not only in their richness, but also in their remarkable diversity. To highlight and underscore some priceless treasures of diverse Indian knowledge system, the mathematical and cosmological wisdom in Vedic texts, Sushruta's pioneering work, Sushruta's Samhita, an influential treatise of medicine and surgery, algorithm and cognitive science, and Paninian grammar, Brahmagupta and Bhaskaracharya's concepts such as zero and decimal systems, the unparalleled astronomical and mathematical discoveries by Aryabhatta and Bhaskara, including approximation of PI, calculus, and heliocentric theories that were far ahead of its time. Texts like Siddhanta, Shiromani, all riches of knowledge from Sanskrit, cosmos, physical and natural sciences in Buddhist texts in Pali and Pankrit. And to quote from Sikhism, there has been profound scientific and cosmological reflections and insights in Guru Granth Sahib, the Holy Scripture, and the eternal Gurus of Sikhism. For endless aeons, there were only utter darkness, there was no earth or sky, there was only the infinite command of his hukum. There was no day or night, no moon or sun. God sat in primal profound samadhi. There were no sources of creation or powers of speech, no air, no water. There was no creation or destruction, no coming or going. There were no contents, neither regions, seven seas, river or flowing water. Shri Guru Granth Sahib sung 1037. From this primal void came the moon, the sun and the earth. From this primal void, the earth and Akashic ushers were created. From this primal void came the four sources of creation and the power of speech. They were created from the void. They were merged into the void. Ang 1037. These lines resonate closely with modern physics and cosmology, reflecting key concepts such as the Big Bang, black holes, and the origin of universe. To summarize the uniqueness of Indian knowledge system and what we can contribute to the world, Western knowledge often inquires and explores for its own sake, whereas IKS centers on morality and cultural enrichment. Western progress frames man versus nature. IKS is centered on harmony and integration with nature. Colonial science is materialistic and competitive. IKS seeks holistic human development beyond material limits. IKS is not just a reflection of glorification of the past, it is an ongoing experiment, discourse, and challenge continually evolving for the future. The two-day National Conference on Indian Knowledge System has witnessed the emergence of the remarkable ideas, a deeper exploration of IKS across diverse domains, and innovations with a futuristic vision. I sincerely appreciate Dr. Swati Paliwal and the team entirely organizing this in an excellent manner, and the efforts to bring together this distinguished confluence of scholars, researchers, and academicians in the grand mission of Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm words of wisdom. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Professor Panjanadam, an eminent academic leader and visionary administrator with over 34 years of experience in higher education. He currently serves as the Vice Chancellor of Gandhigram Rural Institute, deemed to be University Ministry of Education, and has previously held distinguished positions including Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University and Registrar of Annamalai University. Professor is a prolific scholar with 453 journal publications, 75 books, and guided 65 PhD scholars, alongside securing major research grants exceeding 28 crores. His international exposure spans 62 academic visits across 30+ countries. He has served as a visiting professor in leading universities worldwide, a recipient of 50 national and international awards. Professor is widely recognized for his contributions to academic reforms, institution building, knowledge dissemination. His leadership has brought transformative initiatives in the education field. On behalf of everyone present here, I invite Sir for his special address. Sir, please.
நான் எழுதி கொடுத்தது தான். பாலாஜி எங்கே போயிட்டார்ல? நான் அதை சரியாக ஒன்றும் விடாமல் படிக்கிறாங்களான்னு பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருந்தேன். இங்கே இருக்கார பாலாஜி? வெளியே இருக்கா? கொடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டாரா? சரி, 5 இருக்கா லிஸ்ட்டு? சலோ ஒன்று. சரி சரி, தேங்க்யூ. பாலாஜிக்கு இன்றைக்கி ஹாப்பி பர்த்டே. அதனால் அவரை வாழ்த்துறதுக்காக தேடினேன். லீ மெரிடியனில் 50,000 ரூபா கொடுத்து வச்சுருக்காரு. போகும்போதெல்லாம் காஃபி ஷாப் போகலாம் போகும்போது அவர் அக்கௌண்ட்டில். ஸோ ஆன் பிஹாஃப் ஆஃப் ஆல் ஆஃப் அஸ், I wanted to congratulate all members of organizers. On behalf of organizers, I wanted to congratulate all of you by adorning a shawl. But என்னன்னா நான் 5 ஷால் தான் வச்சுருக்கேன். அதனால் நம்ம எல்லாரும் சார்பாகவும் on behalf of all of us, I will honor these by great personalities in 1 minute. மதியானம் ஹாஃப் சப்பாத்தி சாப்பிட்டாங்க. நான் 3 சப்பாத்தி சாப்பிட்டேன். அவங்க பார்க்குறாங்க, அவங்க ஏன் அப்படி இருக்காங்க, நான் ஏன் அப்படி இருக்கேன்னு. ஏன்னா அந்த மேடத்துக்கு ஜேஎன்யூ ஹானரபிள் வைஸ் சான்சலருக்கு அதை கொடுக்கும்போது அவங்களுக்கு கொடுக்குறாங்களேங்கிற சந்தோஷத்தை விட அடுத்து நம்ம கொடுப்பாங்களா அப்படிங்கிறதா அது வந்து அதோடு இல்லாமல் உங்கள் செக்ரட்டரி இப்படி இருக்கான்னு நினைக்காதீங்க. என் காதுகிட்ட கொடுத்துட்டு அவர் சொல்கிறாரு, கவலைப்படாதீங்க சார், நான் பேக் பண்ணி கொடுக்குறேன்னு வாங்கி பேக் பண்ணி காருக்கு வந்துடும் சார், டோன்ட் வரி அப்படின்னு சொல்லி. ஏன்னா பாக்கி எல்லா யூனிவர்சிட்டிலையும் செக்ரட்டரிஸ் வந்து நம்ம பாடம் எடுக்கிறோமா, டயத்துக்கு போகிறோமா வரோமா அதெல்லாம் பார்ப்பாங்க. சார் மட்டும்தான் மனசு கெஸ்ட்டோட மனசை கூட கரெக்டாக புரிஞ்சு அக்காடமிக்கலி பேக் பண்ணி வந்துடும் சார், ஒன்றும் கவலைப்படாதீங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி. தம்பி இதை ரெக்கார்டு பண்ணிட்டீங்களா? சரி. Honorable, very dynamic leader of JNU, Honorable Vice Chancellor, good friend to hundreds of Vice Chancellors of this great nation, Professor Dr. Sandhisri Madam. Similarly, your dynamic Amitabh Bachchan of this institution, your secretary, we are multiply happy. எனக்கு வயசு 64 வயசாகுது. என் வாழ்க்கையிலே அரங்கு நிறைந்த காட்சியாக நான் 6 பேர் நின்றுக்கிட்டு இருக்கிற அளவுக்கு ஒரு மீட்டிங்கு நான் இன்றைக்கி தான். அதுக்கு வந்து ஐ திங்க் ஹீ இஸ் ரெஸ்பான்சிபிள் ஃபார் தேட் அண்ட் ஹி மேட் எவ்ரிபடி. நான் உள்ளே வரும்போதே 2-3 பேர் பார்த்தேன், 2-3 டீச்சரு போகலாமா அப்படின்னு. நல்லா செக்ரட்டரி உள்ளே இருக்காரு அப்படின்னு. சரி அந்த மாதிரி வெரி இஸ் எ வெரி குட் கல்ச்சர். அது எந்த சப்ஜெக்டாக இருந்தாலும் எடுத்துகிட்டு போட்டு நம்ம உள்ளே இருக்கணுங்கிறது வந்து நம்ம பையன் பரீட்சையில் எழுதுறான்ல, ஏதோ ஒரு கொஷின் பேப்பரை கூட நான் ஆன்சர் எழுதிடுறேன். எல்லாம் ஒரு 5 நிமிஷம் லேட்டாக அடித்து ஒரு தடவை நான் கொஷின் பேப்பர் கொடுக்க காட்டியும் 3 கேள்வி எழுதிட்டான் பையன். பரீட்சை கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா நம்பரெல்லாம் போடுறேன், உனக்கு திருத்த ஈஸியாக இருக்கும், கொடுக்காட்டம் வந்தாலே எழுத்துன்னு. அந்த மாதிரி I appreciate, I congratulate the secretary, really a dynamic leader. Many things we learn, and sometimes, all the times you need not get new insights. Sometimes reinforcement. தெரிஞ்ச விஷயமே யாராவது ஒருத்தருக்கு திருப்பி சொன்னாவே it's a good learning. So I congratulate him. And Madam Paliwal Madam, you see that she took only a half chapati. So I understood that she is 200% sincere in organizing the conference. And a very good madam, because all her good contact, network, everything, utilizing for the welfare of the university, welfare of this great institution. She is very happy and says that our institute is A++, 3.81 something like that. அப்பயும் அவங்களுக்கு ஹாப்பி இல்லை. ஆக்சுவலாக 9 மேலே வந்திருக்குது சார், எங்கேயோ கணக்கு தப்பாக பிடிச்சி அப்படி. ஸோ தட் மச் டெடிக்கேட்டட், தட் இஸ் ஹவ் இட் ஷுட் பி. ஏன்னா வேறு இன்ஸ்டியூட்லாம் போய் பாருங்கள், நம்மளால கூட இருக்கிற சொல்லலாம், உனக்கு போட்டதே அதிகம் அப்படிமா. யார் சொல்கிறது? உள்ளே இருக்கிறவரே சொல்லுவாள். அது மாதிரி இருக்கும்போது இந்த மாதிரி இன்ஸ்டியூஷன், the belongingness, that's more important. That is the investment we are. That's what IKS says. And similarly, your principal madam, our shortest welcome address, very nice. And most respected Honorable Vice Chancellor and other respected people, good morning, good evening. All student friends, good evening to all. இதை சொன்னோன்னே நேரம் முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. அது 10 நிமிஷம் தான் கொடுத்தாங்க, 3 நிமிஷம் முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. பட் anyhow, this I congratulate on behalf of all of you, the secretary, principal, organizing team, for choosing a right topic, Indian knowledge system, and particularly its integration. That's what the interaction with the student also I was telling. அந்த இன்டகிரேஷன் ஏதோ ஒரு ஆரிஜினுக்கு ஒரு ஐடியா கிடைச்சா போதும். இந்த தமிழில் தெர் இஸ் ஓல்டு மூவி பார்த்தீங்களா, பறவையை பார்த்தான் விமானம் படைத்தான், பறவையை பார்த்தான் விமானம் படைத்தான். அப்துல் கலாம்ஜி சொல்லும்போது சொல்லுவாங்க, his teacher used to take him to the corner of seashore of Rameshwaram, and in order to teach him velocity or physics, whatever the physics people, அவங்கெல்லாம் நான் 80 மார்க், 80னா ஃபிசிக்ஸில் 200க்கு 80. அதனால் நான் ரொம்ப ஐ cannot speak on that. But that அப்துல் கலாம்ஜி வந்து சொல்லுவார், அவங்க டீச்சர் சிவசுப்ரமணிய ஐயர் used to teach, just to put a stone there, birds will move. The way it moves from there, the velocity, everything he will teach. Something like that. This how aeroplane came, many innovations came. The basic knowledge of every country, particularly Indian knowledge system, is more important. We should go and do the history or research on that. We will be able to understand. And similarly, Vasudeva Kudumbagam, and our thousands of years back, we have been telling, Yadum Mure, Avarum Kelir, the oneness, the values of our Indian Bharat people, the oneness. And the oneness in Nadula, we all forgot it. Thanks to COVID thanks to but I could see how it has created statistics, has given a reinforcement for IKS. In Annamalai University, I was working there for 44 years. There is a temple is there. Alternative days they used to open the temple. We used to go for this puja. When we go for puja, நான் போய் பூஜை பண்ணும்போது பண்ணுவேன் எனக்கு ஒரு ஒய்ஃபு ஒரு பையன் அதனால் ஐ யூஸ் டு டேக் 3 அர்ச்சனா என் கூட என் கிளாஸ்மேட் இருக்கான் சுவாலஜி ப்ரொஃபஸர் அவனுக்கு ஒரு ஒய்ஃபு ஒரு பொண்ணு அவன் 7 அர்ச்சனை பண்ணுவான் ஈ யூஸ் டு டூ 7 அர்ச்சனாஸ் ஐ யூஸ் டு ஆஸ்க் மேஷராசி பரணி நட்சத்திரம் கடகராசின்னு எல்லாம் சொல்லிகிட்டே இருப்பான் ஒய் ஐ நோ யுவர் ஃபேமிலி ஒன்லி 3 people ஒய் 7 அர்ச்சனாஸ் ஐ யூஸ் டு ஆஸ்க் தட் டைம் ஐ வில் டெல் hey to my home when old party comes, no, vessels and all, she is washing, helping. Yes, she is Mesharasi Pari Nachitra. For her I am doing. Then, for your house and my house, when Iron Man is coming, no, in our common Iron Man, yes, for him I am doing. Then, for your house, my house, vegetable, one lady is giving, no, every day. Yes, I am doing. Why are you doing Archana for them? He says, Corona Varama. If they don't get COVID, Corona, we will not get it. See, Vasudeva Kudumbagam, Yadumure, Yavarum Kelir, Indian knowledge system, our value system. This is what we forgot many things. Today, we all pray that how this COVID has given a good concept to all of us. So I am telling your friends, this Viksit Bharat 2047, developed country, pay bullet train la vandirchi. Anna University Vice Chancellor, both of us, we were traveling last week here. He told that I went to US, Velasamy sir, I went to US. Every day in the Uber, I used to travel. If there is a work or there is no work, I used to travel to some house. Why? Because driverless vehicle. இது மாதிரி நான் பொம்மையை வச்சு தான் சின்ன வயசில் விளையாண்டுருக்கேன் இப்படி ஆப்பை போடுவேன் ஒரு வண்டி வந்து நிற்கும் தானாக கதவை திறக்கும் நம்மளே உட்காந்துக்கலாம் அப்படியே கரெக்டாக அந்த வீட்டு வாசலில் போய் இறக்கி விடுது ஆள் இருக்கிறவங்களாம் அடுத்த தெருவில் இறக்கி விட்றான் exactly the same place it stops. Then when he got down, I want to say thanks, but nobody is there inside. Only inside. I enjoyed really. Velachery sir is here. So I am telling that much development is going on. Artificial intelligence for all those things. Basically, Madam also told just now, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, zero was invented by an Indian. What India gave to the world, zero. Everybody used to laugh. But the zero was invented by an Indian. Because of that only all 0110 computer calculation, all these things ultimately today artificial intelligence everything. So this is the integration. This is what going to make our country very prosperous country. We were very happy country. 30 உலகத்திலே யார் வேணாலும் எவ்வளவு வேணாலும் தங்கமும் வைரமும் கொள்ளையடிச்சுக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு சொன்ன ஒரே கண்ட்ரி நம்ம கண்ட்ரி தான். பூந்து எல்லாம் பூந்து அள்ளிட்டு போயிட்டான். We were keeping quiet. That much we had gold and all. 30% was GDP. Old Bharat, 2,000 years ago, 30% was GDP. That much money we had. But 2047, we should come back. The lost glory we should gain means thinking on Indian knowledge system. Integrating Indian knowledge system with innovation is more important. Even today, even in the COVID also, so much vaccine, this, that, everything we did. But apart from that, simultaneously, Kabasara Kudinir. Indian knowledge system, Kabasara Kudinir. Party at home, party is asking, where did you go? Vaccine. What did they do? The injection. Then what do they say? No COVID, let it be, but you take this one now. Kabasara Kudinir. Then there is a village here in Dindigul, and many people are going for this jaundice for which and all. And medical doctor also standing. Sir, this is not a hospital, allopathy, why did you come here? Allopathy, I am doctor, I have taken tablet, that some name injection I have taken, but here I have come to take some Kilanelli. Kiranili, medical doctor with FS, MRS, BRS, everything. He is taking Indian knowledge system. Indian knowledge system. So everywhere we are not able to, innovation in science we should bring. But opposite to Madurai Matidavani bus stand, there is a hotel, 46 varieties of dosas are available. And the innovation need not go to that innovation. Masala dosa, gira dosa, என்னென்ன பொருள்ல எல்லாமே தோசையில போட்டான். 46 எழுதி வச்சிருக்கான் பாருங்க. 46 அதை அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ண வேண்டியதுதான். So why I am telling here, so that much in the arts, in the science, in the Indian languages, today in order to have very good to learn meditation, introspection, Americans spend $5,000 per day for a training program. 3,000 years ago, Tirumular has told, Tannai Ariya, Tanakur Kedillai, Tannai Ariyamal Tane Kedugendran, Tannai Ariyum Arivai Arindavin, Tannai Tan Archikindrane. God is inside. God is inside. இந்த ஒரு பாட்டு தான் தெரியும் மேடம், நல்லா பார்த்து யோசனை பண்ணி கைத்தட்டி. ஆமாம் பார்த்துக்க. ஆமாம், இது நம்ம பெரிய திருமூலரை பற்றி எந்த விதமான சந்தேகமாக இருந்தாலும் பஞ்சநதத்தை அணுகவும்னு எழுதி போட்டுறாங்க, போட்டு விட்றாங்க. இந்த ஒன்று தான் தெரியும், இது ரைட்டாக தப்பாக ஏதோ தமிழ் வாத்தியார் கேட்டால் தான் தெரியும். அதனால் ஏதோ ஒன்று சொல்லணுமேங்கிறதுக்காக சொல்கிறேன். பட் த மேட்டர் இஸ் ட்ரூ தட் த இன்ட்ராஸ்பெக்ஷன் மேட்டர்ஸ். Introspection matters. Therefore, friends, today, you introspect, talk less, do introspect, you will prosper. Even Sundar Pichai per day salary is 6.7 crores. அப்படியே டைப் பண்ணி பாருங்க. நம்ம எல்லாரும் வாத்தியார், நம்ம எல்லாரும் வாத்தியாரும் மொத்தமாக சேர்த்தா கூட ஒரு நாள் சம்பளம் 6.7 கோடி வராது, தெரு கோடி தான். அவருக்கு ஒரு நாளைக்கு 6.7 கோடி, 6.7 crores. Students, please note down. He says, most of the times, keep quiet, listen to yourself, do introspection. அப்படி சொல்லிட்டு அவர் சொல்கிறார் பாருங்க. அது மாதிரிலாம் இன்னும் நிறையா பண்ணியிருந்தோன்னா இன்னும் கூட நல்ல வேலைக்கு போயிருக்கலாங்கிறார். இதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன, இதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு நாளைக்கு 6.7 கோடிங்கிறாரு, ஒரு நாள் சம்பளம். அப்படி தட்டி பாருங்க, இன்னும் நல்ல வேலைக்கு போயிருக்கலான்னா நம்மளை பற்றி என்னை பற்றி என்ன நினைக்கிறாரு அவர், என்னை பற்றி என்ன, ஐ டோன்ட் நோ. பட் இட்ஸ் டிஃப்ரெண்ட் டாபிக். ஸோ ஐ am telling here, all these treasures are there in all languages, in the Indian system. And you take astronomy, astrology. அஸ்ட்ராலஜியில் சொல்கிறாலும் 10 பொருத்தம் வேணும், மேட்சிங் வேணும். அதாவது இந்த ராசியும் போகுமா போவாதா அதெல்லாம் என் பையன் சொன்னான். ஆங்காங் யூனிவர்சிட்டியில் பிஸ்னஸ் ஸ்கூலில் ப்ரொஃபஸராக இருக்கான். அம்மா இங்கே வாமா, நீ எனக்கு பொண்ணே பார்க்க வேண்டாம், நான் கூட நீனாவது பார்த்துக்கடான்னு. அதுக்கு அம்மாவே தேவைனா 700 அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவன் என்னன்னா, என் ஒய்ஃபு சொல்கிற இந்த ராசி பூரா அவன் அந்த தமிழ் மேட்ரிமோனியலில் போய் பார்க்குறான். அது அந்த பொண்ணு அவனுக்கு எது பொருந்துன்னு சொல்கிறோமோ அந்த பொண்ணெல்லாம் அழகாக இல்லையா, அவனும் போய் பார்த்துட்டு அது எனக்கு வேணும்னே அழகாக இல்லாத ஒரு பொண்ணு வேணுங்கிறதுக்கு நீ இதெல்லாம் சொல்கிறேன்னா. பட் அப்படி இல்லை, கரெக்டாக பார்த்து அப்படி நல்ல பொண்ணாக ஏதோ மாட்டிக்கிச்சு அமைஞ்சிருச்சு பண்ணியாச்சு. பட் இருந்தாலும் the thing is the matching matters. If we don't do it, that person பட்டிமன்றத்தில் சொல்கிறாரு பாருங்க. ஒரு வீட்டில் ஒரு வயசானவர் வந்து என்னம்மா கல்யாணம் பண்ணிடலாமான்னு பொண்ணு கேட்குறாரு. அந்த பொண்ணு சொல்லுது போங்கப்பா அப்படின்னு. அப்புறம் ஒரு வாரம் கழிச்சு கேட்குறாரு, போங்கப்பா அப்படிங்கிறாரு. அப்புறம் ஒரு நாள் வந்துச்சு, ஏப்பா நீ எத்தனை வயசில் கல்யாணம் பண்ணேன்னு. 27 வயசு. அப்போ எங்கள் அம்மாவுக்கு என்ன வயசு? 17. இன்றைக்கி என்ன மாட்டிருப்பேன் நீனு, பரவாயில்ல அன்றைக்கி பண்ணிட்டேன் நீனு. எனக்கு என்ன வயசுன்னு? 25 ஆச்சு. ஐ எம் 25 years old, you are not arranging marriage. ஏம்மா நான் வாரம் கேட்டேனம்மா உன்னை பார்க்கன்னு. ஏப்பா அச்சம் மடம் நாணம் பயிர்ப்பெல்லாம் இருக்குது, கல்யாணம் பண்ணிக்கிறேன்னா போங்கப்பா, அதானே இயற்கை, கொண்டா ஒரு 6 டஜன் மாப்பிள்ளையே கொண்டா அப்படியே சொல்ல முடியாது. ஐயோ அதுக்கு வெறுத்து போய் அந்த ஆள் உடனே என்ன பண்ணிட்ட, ஒரு ஆளை பிடிச்சி ஏப்பா ஒரு பொண்ணை மாப்பிள்ளையை பார்ப்பேன். நான் தான் டெய்லி 10 கொண்டு சொல்கிறேன் உனக்கு. அப்போல்லாம் தமிழ் மேட்ரிமோனியெல்லாம் கிடையாது, இது மாதிரி 10 இருக்குது, இதில் ஒன்று முடிச்சிடலாம் அப்படின்னு. நீ தான் இந்த பொருத்தெல்லாம் அந்த பொருத்தம் இது ஒன்று முடிச்சிடலாம், 2 பொருத்தம் குறையுது, 8 இருக்குது முடிச்சிடலாமா அப்படின்னா. என்ன 2 குறையுதுன்னா பேசாத, என்னைக்கு பெத்த பொண்ணு நம்மளை கேட்டுடுச்சா முடியும் அப்படின்னு. முடிச்சாச்சு. இது மாதிரி 1000 பேர் உட்காந்துருக்காங்க, தாலி கட்ட போகிறாங்க. இந்த ப்ரீஸ்ட் வந்து பொரி எடுத்து கொடுக்குறாரு, அக்னியில் போடுன்னு. ஆமாம் படான்னு வாயில் போட்டான். வாயில் போட்டால் அவருக்கு டென்ஷன் அதிகமாகி, வாட் இஸ் திஸ் மேன், வாட் ஆர் யூ டூயிங், அக்னி இங்கே அக்னி இருக்குது சரியாக போடுப்போம். தென் காட்டு ரொம்ப வெரி டிஃபிகல்ட்டி. ஒன்று அவர் கத்துறா பயந்துட்டான். ரொம்ப பயந்து போய் என்ன பண்ணிட்டான், மீதி அப்படியே துப்பிட்டான். இது மாதிரி 1000 பேர் பார்க்குறது துப்பிட்டான். அவருக்கு ரொம்ப ஏறி போச்சு. இந்த சாஸ்திரம் தெரியுமா, சம்பிரதாயம் தெரியுமா, நல்லது தெரியுமா, சாமி தெரியுமா, பூதம் தெரியுமா, உனக்கெல்லாம் எவன்டா பொண்ணு கொடுத்தா பேசாத எனக்கே செவ்வாய் தோஷம் அந்த தோஷம்லாம் முடிஞ்சு ஒன்றுமே இல்லாமல் இப்போ தான் ஒன்று அமைஞ்சிருக்கு, நீ இதை வந்து கெடுத்துறாச்சு அப்படியே விட்டா. நம்ம பேசவே கூடாது, இவர் நம்ம கல்யாணத்தை கெடுத்துருவாருன்னு அப்படியே விட்டார். கடைசியாக கொண்டு வந்து தாலியை எடுத்து கொடுத்து கட்டுன்னாரு பாருங்க. அப்போ சொன்னான், இப்படி கட்டணும்ப, அப்புறம் இப்படி கட்டணும்ப, 3 முடிச்சும்ப, இன்னையிலேருந்து 5 முடிச்சும்ப, இந்த வேலையே வேண்டாம், நீயே கட்டணும், இந்த வேலை எனக்கு கல்யாணம் ஆகணும், அவ்வளோதான், நீயே கட்டுன்னா. அப்போ தான் வந்து அந்த பொண்ணோட அப்பா அப்படியே பார்த்தாரு, இங்கே வாப்பா. அப்போ தான் அந்த புரோக்கரை தேர், இங்கே வாப்பா, இவனை எங்கேருந்துப்பா பிடிச்சிட்டு வந்த, ஏன்னா தாலியே ஆளை வச்சு கட்டுறா, இன்னொன்று எவ்வளோ வேலை. அதுக்கப்புறம் தம்பி தம்பி தப்பாக திங்க் பண்ணக்கூடாது, குடும்பம் நடத்துறதுன்னா அதுக்கப்புறம் அடுப்பை பற்ற வைக்கணும், அது மாதிரி நிறையா இருக்குது, இவ்வளோ வேலை இருக்குது, இந்த பையனை எங்கே பிடிச்சேன்னா அப்பா சொன்னா, நான் தான் சொன்னேன்ல சாமி, 10 பொருத்தத்து 2 குறையுது, 8 இருக்கு, நீ எங்கே பேச விட்டியா, என்ன முடியுன்னா என்னடா 2 பொருத்தம் குறையுதுன்னா, ஒன்றும் இல்லை, நல்ல பையன் கை நிறையா சம்பாதிக்கிறான், எல்லாம் இருக்குது, இந்த 2 பொருத்தம் இல்லைன்னா என்னன்னா, ஒன்று அவனுக்கு எதுவுமே சொந்தமாக தெரியாது, ரெண்டாவது சொன்னாலும் கேட்க மாட்டான், இந்த 2 பொருத்தமும் பாக்கி எல்லா பொருத்தமும் இருக்குண்ணா. அப்போ தான் அவங்க அப்பா சொன்னார், ஒரு மனுஷனுக்கு தேவையே இந்த 2 பொருத்தம் தான், எதுவுமே வாழ்க்கையில் இப்போ எனக்கு டைம் ஆகிடுச்சு முடிச்சுக்கோ அப்படின்னா எனக்கா தெரியணும், அப்படி இல்லாட்டினா எந்திரிச்சிட்டாங்க முடிச்சுக்கணும். ஆனால் சொந்தமாகவும் தெரியாது, நீ சொன்னாலும் கேட்க மாட்டேன்னா தென் இந்த மாதிரி தான் நடக்கும். அதாவது இந்த ராசி பொருந்துதான், டசன்ட் மேட்டர், பட் the matching, no 2 individuals are alike. But as much as possible, we should go together. Astrology says, Indian knowledge system says, even today we do it. Maybe sometimes we go for horoscope and do it. Nowadays, இப்போ என்ன சொல்கிறாங்க, நம்ம எல்லாம் அந்த ஒரு படத்தில் சொன்ன மாதிரி பழகி பார்ப்போம் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி 4 வருஷம் 3 மாதம் பழகி பார்த்தோன்னே எந்த எதுவுமே ஒத்து வரல, 10 பொருத்தமும் இல்லைன்னு விலகி போயிடுறான் இல்லையா. ஆனால் அதை பார்த்து பண்ணோனால ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியல, வேறு வழி இல்லை. பட் இருந்தாலும் these things are available in the Indian knowledge system. Friends, I can speak like this, more things, but the thing is, we are not able to listen, give importance to Indian knowledge system. As a result, today, just now, I was talking to some of the students that when I was a young boy, school-going boy, there is a Pakistan war, don't come out of the houses, don't come out of the houses. That's what announcements were there. And today, in major cities, including Delhi, madam was telling, people say that don't come out, only, please be in the office, only 50% can come, and all those things. For what purpose is no? Today, there is no air. There is no air. Your Honorable Vice Chancellor, your secretary, we all did not buy water in water bottle when we were young boys and girls. On the way, wherever we go, there will be a pump we take. We go to this river, and we make this, ut, and we take water. Somebody else will be doing something else there. That is different. But the water will be sweet. Water will be sweet. We will be taking, and we are healthy. No tablet. And but today all water bottle today is there. And next it is going to come. If we don't listen to Indian knowledge system, if we don't practice it, if we don't innovate, as a result it will be that all of us will be going with the oxygen bottle. At least the water bottle, if you ask the madam, will give. Okay, I'll take, you take 50%. Oxygen bottle, if you ask madam, you will live, I will go. In airplane also they say that even your own wife or child, don't give the oxygen first, but you put the oxygen, then you give it to others. So this is the day to day. So the only way following Indian knowledge system, friends, my given time is over. But don't mistake me. I have here, you can come and see, 142 points to talk to you. And I have not started actually. But what will happen means, I stop with this. In America, one fellow started morning 9 o'clock. IKS. 11 o'clock, everybody told, sir, IKS. 1 o'clock, somebody, sir, IKS. 3 o'clock, sir, IKS. Like this, 4 o'clock, the speaker, like me, he did like that. As you are laughing, everybody is laughing. Yes, mudichitan. அப்போ சொன்னால் இனிமேலுக்கு விஷயத்துக்கு வருவோன்னா. Hereafter we will come to the subject. அமெரிக்கா லாஸ்ட் பெஞ்ச், இங்கெல்லாம் குட் பாய்ஸ் குட் கேர்ள்ஸ் நோ ப்ராப்ளம். லாஸ்ட் பெஞ்சிலேருந்து ஒருத்தன் வந்து அமெரிக்காவில் ஒரு துப்பாக்கி அப்படி வச்சான். 9 மணிக்கு நீ ஆரம்பித்த கெஞ்சினோம், இப்படி கூட செஞ்சு பார்த்தோம். வெக்கத்தை விட்டு நான் ஒரு அசிஸ்டன்ட் ப்ரொஃபஸர், வெக்கத்தை விட்டு இப்படின்னேன். அப்படியும் நீ அலோவ் பண்ணல. இப்போ தான் விஷயத்துக்கு வர. நீ என்ன, நீ விஷயத்துக்கு வா, நான் பூட்டிக்கிட்டு இங்கே இருக்கு, எல்லாம் நானே பூட்டுறேன் எல்லாத்தையும், விடிய இங்கே இருக்கேன், விஷயத்துக்கு வா. இந்த பார்த்து துப்பாக்கி இருக்கு, துப்பாக்கி ஒன்றை சுட மாட்டேன் நீ பாட்டு. அப்புறம் எதுக்கு இந்த துப்பாக்கி? துப்பாக்கியில் ஒரு குண்டு தான் இருக்குது, அது உனக்கு இல்லை, நீ விஷயத்துக்கு வா. அப்புறம் யாருக்குண்ணா? நீ பாட்டுக்கு வீட்டில் இருந்த உடனே நான் தான் எங்கள் டீமோட ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணுறேன், அவசியம் வாங்க அவசியம் வாங்க அப்படின்னு, அவசியம் வாங்கன்னு அந்த சுவாதி மேடம் பாலிவால் மேடம் இருக்காங்களே, நீ பாட்டுக்கு காந்தி கிராமில் இருந்து இல்லை, நீ பாட்டுக்கு திண்டுக்கல்ல ஒழுங்காரத்து இல்லை, வா 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 அப்படின்னு ஃபோன் பண்ண. அவங்களுக்காக தான் ஒரே ஒரு குண்டு அதில் இருக்குது, நீ விஷயத்துக்கு வா அப்படின்னு. ஆனால் நண்பர்களே, நான் இன்னும் விஷயத்துக்கு வரல, வந்து பாருங்கள். 144 பாயிண்ட்ஸ் இருக்குது, இன்டர்நெட்லேருந்து எடுத்தது தான். பட் இருந்தாலும் என்னால் கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் ஆர்கனைசருக்கு இப்படி ஒன்று நடந்துருச்சுன்னு நாளைக்கு பேப்பரில் வரக்கூடாது, அது ஒரு A++ காலேஜுக்கு வரக்கூடாது, 3.81 வாங்கின காலேஜுக்கு வரக்கூடாது அப்படிங்கிற ஒரே காரணத்துக்காக ப்ரொசீட் பண்ணாமலே முடிச்சுக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு கொடுத்த அனைவருக்கும் நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு, கங்க்ராச்சுலேஷன், பெஸ்ட் விஷஸ்.
சார் சரவெடி சார், மழை பெஞ்சு கொஞ்சம் மாதிரி இருக்கு சார். Thank you so much, sir. Your speech was so vibrant, enthralling, and very informative, sir. சொன்னதுலையுமே நிறைய important points we were able to take it, sir. Thank you so much, sir. It is my honor to introduce our chief guest, Professor Shanti Sri Dulipudi Pandit, the Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University. She is the first woman to hold this esteemed position. A very big round of applause to Madam. And adding to that, she was the alumni of Jawaharlal Nehru University. That's another thing. Being an alumnus, she has risen to such a big position, bringing her with her 3 decades of academic leadership and scholarship. Professor Pandit has an illustrious career spanning Goa University, Savitribai Phule Pune University, and now she is heading Jawaharlal Nehru University with expertise in international relations, peace and conflict studies, and cultural diplomacy. She has guided numerous doctoral scholars, authored influential books, and served in key roles in national and international academic bodies. Her vision for higher education emphasizes innovation, inclusivity, and global engagement. We are honored to have her with us today. On behalf of everyone, I invite Madam for her valedictory address. Madam, please.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். மேடம் இது சொல்ல மறந்து போயிட்டாங்க நான் சென்னையில் படித்தேன். ரோஸ்ரி மெட்ரிகுலேஷன் ஸ்கூல், ஆதர்ஷ் வித்யாலயா, and then மாநில கல்லூரி, Presidency College. So I am a product of the state of Tamil Nadu. Though I am born in the former Soviet Union in Leningrad or St. Petersburg, but I grew up in this city, Mandavali, Madras 28. படம் கூட இருக்கு. சார் மாதிரி நான் பேச முடியாது, கொஞ்சம் சீரியஸாக பேசணும், ஏன்னா டெல்லியிலேருந்து வரேன்ல. At the outset, respected Professor N. Panchanathan, Vice Chancellor, Gandhigram Rural Institute, and very witty speaker, very difficult to emulate him. Shri Manjit Singh Nayyar, General Secretary and Correspondent. The Principal, Dr. R.M. Ilavarsi. And then we also, Dr. Swati Paliwal, the Dean Academics. Poor thing, I got angry with her also in between, and she was very sweet. And then we have the Vice Principal, Dr. P.V. Kumaraguru, and dear participants, faculty, and students, ellarkum en vanakkam. Let me say, first of all, this is my first visit to Guru Nanak College. I've never come to this college, but I know the college very well because I studied in Adarsh Vidyalaya, Punjab Associations. We have common founders, Gil and Dhavanji, who was our secretary when I was there. I was also the school pupil leader in Adarsh Vidyalaya. I am also very proud because it's named after a great seer, Guru Nanak, and the line of the Sikh Gurus. Most of you should know that if at all India is a civilization state, that we have continuity with change, we have to thank the sacrifices made by Guru Tegh Bahadur and his sons and Guru Gobind Singh, the great defenders of the Indian civilization state, of which today IKS is a part. If they did not sacrifice, we would not be speaking about Indian knowledge systems. So thank you, sir, for inviting me. I pay my respects to the great lineage of the Sikh Gurus, who not only defended the civilization, but also contributed to it. And I think, let me congratulate Swati Paliwal and her team. Though I am the Vice Chancellor of India's topmost university, in ranking, JNU is the topmost, not only nationally, but internationally as well. We have also produced 2 Nobel Prize winners, 3 cabinet ministers, opposition leaders, state leaders. Selva Ganapati of the AIDMK is the JNU product, a lot of JNU products, but I think colleges like yours will produce geniuses. Tamil Nadu is home to some of the greatest geniuses like Srinivasa Ramanujam, and my college, C.V. Raman and Subramaniam Chandrasekhar, 2 Nobel Prize winners in physics who were products of the Indian knowledge system. I just want to tell you what are the issues that I think all of you have debated for 2 days. I would be carrying coal to Manchester, but let me also tell you what exactly we held the first international conference on Indian knowledge systems at the Jawaharlal Nehru University. With IKSHA, this happened in July. And there, what were the issues that came up? You also must have debated and gone beyond. Please remember the resurgence of interest of India's civilizational knowledge is not merely an academic trend. It reflects a more profound cultural, intellectual, and strategic shift in how the nation perceives its past and reimagines its future. So what it tries to connect is tradition with modernity, continuity with change, realm with region. So don't think that it is all Sanskrit. Tamil has a lot to contribute, like Keeladi. The Keeladi civilization proves that the Tamils used iron much earlier than most of the civilizations. And also take the temple architecture that Tamil Nadu has contributed. Temples are not just temples. They are also science, engineering. இன்னைக்கு நீங்க bridge கட்டுறீங்க 5 வருஷத்துல it falls. IIT engineers, no use. But you see the Brihadishwara temple. You have the, what to say, the Gopuram, which is 80 tons. How did they lift it up? And granite is nowhere nearby. How did they bring this granite? Or even the Meenakshi temple. You see no shadow of the sun falls within the temple. It is science. It is engineering. And இன்னைக்கு நம்ம feminism பத்தி பேசுறோம். There's no greater feminist like Kannagi or Madurai Meenakshi. இப்போ கூட வீட்டில் கேட்பாங்க மீனாட்சியா சிதம்பரமா சார். So நாங்கெல்லாம் Meenakshi supporters sir. And from actually in the land of Jayalalitha. So I basically believe that Indian knowledge systems, Tamil Nadu has a lot to contribute. So அது சும்மா சம்ஸ்கிருதம் கிடையாது. Tamil has a lot. We are one of the oldest languages in the world, and there is nothing beyond to move it. So what is it basically? Restoring civilizational confidence, reclaiming scientific temper, reason, inquiry, and innovation in Indian traditions. Logical traditions from Nyaya and Mimamsa. People say there is also Ayurveda and medicine, like also we have Siddha medicine and Unani here, and also metallurgy, water management, and town planning. For example, the Cholas or our temples were known for great water management. Do you all know that Uttara Merur inscription has proved that India is the mother of all democracies? Political science, what do you teach? Magna Carta. Magna Carta didn't give democracy. Uttara Merur inscription is nearly 900 years older than that of the Magna Carta. So if you see very clearly, the mathematics, you have the greatest genius, Srinivasa Ramanujam. They are still trying to solve his algorithms. உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் தெரியுமா 12வது ஃபெயில் அவர் இங்கிலீஷில் ஃபெயில் ஆயிட்டார். But he was very good in mathematics, Vedic mathematics, linguistics, scientific grammar. இன்னைக்கு நம்ம தமிழ் கூட சரியாக பேசுறது கிடையாது. இங்கிலீஷ் விடுங்க. Statecraft, ethics, and IKS in the contemporary period, basically my worry is what is going to be the pedagogy and the public philosophy. How are we going to bring it in? And what are the institutional shifts? Can we move from NEP to national consciousness? Now NEP has become political, especially in opposition-ruled states. So how are we going to make it into a national consciousness? Take what is beneficial to us. In what to say, IKS, you have women, inclusivity, and IKS. Why do I say that we are a feminist civilization? Which are the powerful portfolios in Indira's cabinet? Saraswati, goddess of knowledge. Lakshmi, Mahalakshmi, goddess of wealth. And Parvati or Durga, goddess of power. So, எல்லாம் நம்ம கிட்ட தானே. And all male gods. பொண்டாட்டி பேராக தான் தெரியுமா உங்களுக்கு? அப்பா பேர் கிடையாது. லக்ஷ்மிபதி, சீதாபதி, ராதே கிருஷ்ணா. ஸோ யார் முன்னாடி வராங்க? பத்தினி எல்லாம் கிடையாது. So if you see very clearly, we are a feminist civilization. How are we going to take this ahead? So if you see, future is, what are the challenges? I just want to keep certain challenges, as he rightly sir சொன்ன மாதிரி பாவம் ஒன்றுக்கு போகிறதுக்கு கூட ஐகேஎஸ் சொல்லி உங்களை தொந்தரப்படுத்தினாருன்றாரு. So how are we going to go ahead? It is not one day solution. It is an ongoing process. First is this decolonizing the mindset. Please don't think you're inferior. You have to think that what we did, local stories, local to national, national to global. So that is how. Second is authenticity and relevance of ancient knowledge system. Are we able to synthesize these, make good textbooks? What is the textbook matter do we have if we have to introduce it in different subjects as part of your curriculum? Third, incorporation into the education curriculum, teacher training and preparedness. Not only seminars, but I think we also need teachers training, because it's very important that we get into this. And funding and institutional support. There is no funding. It is only tokenism. It has to be transformative. And finding, what to say, public perception and awareness. Ellarkum theriyano that misconception enna varudhu, IKS nu sonna Sanskritam idu, Sanskritamna North Indian appdi namakku or impression irukku. But it is also local traditions. Tamil, all other traditions are also there. And then inclusion of tribal and indigenous knowledge. Nariya tribal knowledges and other things. And finally, global engagement and knowledge sharing. Recently, I want to tell you that we in JNU with World Intellectual Forum for 3 years worked on a what to say, Responsible Nations Index. And we released it just last week. it has got accepted by the United Nations, where we have placed, till now only Western countries gave ranking. Now if India is giving the ranking on what we call responsibility. Responsibility means power is not responsibility. Responsibility is good governance internally, externally, and it's to its citizens. So we are there, if you've seen, you can see it, it's all over the social media. So finally, well, will we be able to take this? Because your teachers, scholars, you are the academia. Knowledge power anonna, you are the ones who will have to make this start. So please look at yourself as pioneers, as the people who will set the foundations, and future generations will have to build on it. It is not a one-day process. And once again, I thank the Guru Nanak College, and especially Swati Paliwal and the secretary for inviting me here. And I'm very happy that a college is doing this, because it is from here that it has to start. It is not enough just universities doing it sitting in Delhi. That becomes very, very isolated. I really congratulate this excellent effort by you and attempt, but please also publish the best papers into a book, because that will help the rest of us in India to know what good thoughts and ideas, original ideas that have come up from people. Because according to me, the best ideas can come from anywhere in the world. Innovation comes from the least expected quarters. So once again, I thank you for this. And sir did all your entertainment. Adikda naan anche konja serious pesla. I can't speak as good as he can speak in so wittily. So once again, thank you so much for inviting me. Ellarkum nandri, vanakkam.
Thank you, ma'am. Once again, it's a great honor to have you with us today. You made us feel very proud of being a Tamilian by giving wonderful insights about our state and country. I request everyone to give a big standing ovation for both the chief guest and guest of honor. It's indeed a great day for our college to have such an eminent personality amidst us today. Thank you so much once again. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next, we proceed to the certificate distribution. I request the dignitaries to come off the stage for certificate distribution. Best paper presentation, MS Vaishnavi from Etharaj College. Dr. Balaji, Assistant Professor, PG and Research Program of Commerce, Guru Nanak College. 1 minute. Wait. Mr. V. Shri Vaibhav, third year BCom, BM, Guru Nanak College. His paper title was The Journey of Kautilya Chanakya to 2047. Ms. Kritika, first year MSW, Guru Nanak College. Her paper was Silambam as an Indian Knowledge System, Cultural Heritage, Health Benefits and its Role in Viksit Bharat 2047. Next, Ms. Jasmine, Assistant Professor, MSW, Guru Nanak College. Folk arts as living repositories of the Indian knowledge system. Dr. K. Shanti, Assistant Professor and Head, MSW, Guru Nanak College. Ms. Maitli and Ms. Sara Buba, Assistant Professor, BA Sociology, Guru Nanak College. We had online presentations also. I request Dr. Rajani ma'am to collect the online winners. Murugesh and Sarvana Balaji from second year BSc IT Guru Nanak College, Mr. Rakesh Sahu, GLA University, Mathura, India, and Shiva Shalini, SDNB Vaishnav College for Women. Ma'am is collecting on their behalf. We have 6 Best Paper Awards that were selected by our Professor Vidyasagar sir. Ms. Dhanusha Chauhan, Assistant Professor, Guru Nanak College, receives the Best Paper Award. Jebin Jackson Singh, PG student, University of Madras. Rumana Parvin ma'am, Assistant Professor, Guru Nanak College. Dr. Jeevaratnam Jain, Assistant Professor and Deputy Dean Commerce, Guru Nanak College. R. Sengamalam, Assistant Professor of English, Guru Nanak College. Dr. S. Deepa, Assistant Professor, English. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you. As we draw this program to a close, I invite Dr. Swati Paliwal, Dean Academics and Convener, to deliver the vote of thanks. Madam, please.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, my dear colleagues, students, a very good evening to all of you. Before starting my vote of thanks, I just want to inform Honorable VC ma'am and the distinguished guest that 2 years back, we started the compulsory course on Indian knowledge system for all our undergraduate students. I don't think anywhere in India other than us, we started the Indian knowledge system credit course for UG students. All of students are learning Indian knowledge system. It's a compulsory course and self-study course, sir. Now it is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for the National Conference on Integrating Indian Knowledge System and Innovation, a roadmap to Viksit Bharat 2047. I would like to express my deep sense of gratitude to our chief guest, Vice Chancellor of JNU, Professor Shanti Shri Pandit, for gracing the occasion and providing valuable insight on charting a path towards Viksit Bharat 2047 and encouraging us to do more in this field. I also sincerely thank our guest of honor and keynote speaker, Professor Panchanathan, for his thought-provoking deliberation on Indian knowledge system with lot of humor. My heartfelt thank to respected Pandit Vidyasagar for being the keynote speaker in inaugural session and chairing two technical sessions. Thank you very much, sir. A special thanks to all the resource persons, session chair, and moderators for sharing their expertise and experience, which made discussions and deliberation vibrant. On behalf of GNC, I extend my sincere appreciation to all the delegates, researchers, and participants from across the country for their active involvement in this intellectual exchange. I thank the management, the principal, and the vice principal for guiding and supporting us. I also thank the organizing team members for their meticulous planning and dedicated efforts. I would like to acknowledge the tireless work of faculty coordinators and student volunteers whose behind-the-scene work was instrumental in executing this conference seamlessly. Thank you, students. Thank you, friends. Finally, I thank my presiding deity, our presiding deity, Guru Nanak Devji, for showering his blessings on us. Thank you very much.
Let us witness a short video of this two-day program. Video, please. Just 1 minute. Oh. Just 1 minute. It's just turn. Wait. Yeah. Start from first. It's just 30 seconds. Yes, from the first, please. One more? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, dignitaries. Thank you. We will be adding the valedictory soon. That's all. That's all.
I thought they made valedictory also.
Yeah, they are working, sir. It's getting ready.
Okay.
Yeah. National anthem? Yeah. Let's all rise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाहे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, one and all.
Just set me free, VIP walking easily.